quite a story, born in 1961, and young Scott Hazelton, the son of trainer Richard Hazelton, wasn't of age, but he certainly knows the stories from his father. Scott, working for FanDuel down at the Del Mar meeting, is accepting via video. Thank you, Scott Hazelton. And yeah, John White getting himself involved in Washington racing again. Who would have thunk it? Scott not here, so I'll hold up the plaque for Maxwell G. As you can see, a certainly well-deserved member of the Washington Hall of Fame. Okay. And as you can probably tell, that's the voice of Bob Rondo narrating our pieces. Thank you so much to Bob for his contributions once again. On to our second, Bob Rondo is here today, as he has a pretty good friend as one of the inductees. Let's go on to our second inductee. How about those races from Reba is Tops? A tremendous race mare in a very tough category. She is our 2026 Hall of Fame filly or mare. Gordy Jarnig and Gordy and Connie are here. I know Eric is here. Come on forward and accept your Hall of Fame plaque for Reba is Tops. Maybe that's why Connie married Gordy, because of Reba is Tops. That was about that time. Hey, congratulations. Those races are tremendous to watch, and you guys, again, had so many great road trips. There's the plaque, Gordy. Owner Gordy Jarnig.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you for everybody for coming. You know, you start in the horse business, owning horses, and you always want that one good horse. And we sure got lucky on this one. She did everything from run to mom to just being a great horse.
We were definitely very lucky. It was very something else. It was like a dream come true. The way she ran, and the years she ran, and the 5 babies she had, it was like a 17-year run. It was just incredible. And I want to thank Emerald Downs for inducting her into the Hall of Fame. We were really surprised, and we're really happy about it.
Thank you, Joe.
Reba is Tops in the Hall of Fame. What a great Washington bred. And again, a tremendous brood mare. That didn't hurt. And then she also became a nurse mare in the very few last years of her career, extending her greatness once again. Congratulations. Hall of Fame for Reba is Tops. Eric Schweiger from Box watched her run early, and for this team, she won 12 races and over $450,000. We are going to have a group picture from all the inductees at the Hall of Fame exhibit after the final presentation, so please stick around and we'll get that group picture after the final presentation. The Hall of Fame for 2026 continues. Let's turn our eyes to the big screen. accepting the Mark Kaufman plaque for the Hall of Fame is son Nathan, who's a little older and taller than he was in the pictures seen. But Nathan, it was highly enjoyable seeing that video. Congratulations.
Thank you, Joe. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for that beautiful tribute. My name is Nathan Kaufman. I'm Mark Kaufman's son. It's incredible to be here 31 years after his passing. I was a kid then, but it's incredible how loud his voice still is in my head. And those of us that knew him, and even if you just met him, you won't find that much of a surprise just because of how loud that guy was. But I'm not talking about his volume. I'm talking about the impact he left on me and his family, his friends, his colleagues, and thoroughbred horse racing here in Washington State, which is the reason why he's being honored today. Jimmy Gluckson, who we saw in that beautiful video, told me once he had a couple of nicknames. Around Seattle, he was known by some as Mr. Horse Racing, but in New York, they called him Mr. Seattle. And I think that they're pretty beautiful tributes and to his passions, these nicknames. He loved his home, Seattle, Washington State. He loved horse racing. He loved people, and he loved stories. And because of his induction into the Washington State Thoroughbred Horse Racing Hall of Fame, he'll be a part of that story forever. I remember Dad telling me that horse racing is full of stories. And because of this incredible honor, he'll be a part of that story forever. And his voice will continue to echo not just within all of us, but here in this place and in the industry that he loves so much. On behalf of my entire family, I would like to share our sincerest gratitude for this honor. Thank you very much.
Nathan Kaufman and Mark's widow, Molly, here as well. And Nathan didn't inherit his dad's height, but he inherited that baritone voice for sure. Mark Kaufman. And Nathan, Mark was a tough boss. He could be very tough. He was not afraid to get in somebody's face if you were behind on something or lacking. But boy, we had a ton of fun working for him. And myself, Vince Brune, and Kate Barton still work here at Emerald Downs, his employees at Long Acres. You bet. We're still in the game. Okay, our fourth and final 2026 Washington Thoroughbred Hall of Fame inductee. and track president Phil Ziegler to present the plaque to Doug Moore.
Thank you, everyone. And I've known Doug for 12 years, and what's amazing is that's less than a quarter of his career. But I want to tell one quick story about Doug that's not in the video to show the dedication. First of all, the day that he called me and said he's retiring as executive secretary, I immediately panicked, as most of the industry did. He says, well, wait a second. There's part two to the story. He says he's going to become a commissioner. But back in just a few years ago, there was a rule that one commissioner had to be a breeder, and he was replacing a breeder. So Doug actually went out and bought a share of a horse so he could continue serving the racing community here in Washington. And then a couple of years ago, as you guys know, we've had a lot of legislative efforts, and nobody, not a single person, has worked as hard as Doug Moore. 2 years ago, it was a budget hearing in Olympia. It was on the big budget, everything, and the Racing Commission had a little bit of a request in. Doug sat in that room for 6 hours to do his 1 minute of testimony. That's how much he is dedicated to horse racing in the state of Washington. There is no person more deserving than the Lifetime Achievement Award than Doug Moore. Congratulations, Doug.
I've got to read stuff because I'll get kind of emotional. I was introduced to racing in 1971. This is my 55th year doing what becomes more of a passion than a job. I'll try not to embarrass myself through this. Can't guarantee it. I'm totally humbled and honored that the industry felt that I'm worthy of this induction, and there are countless people who have had an impact on my career, and without them I wouldn't be standing here. My family moved to Washington from Kentucky when I was 5, and we bought our first horse 2 years later. I did all the things I could, 4-H, saddle clubs, kids' games, but in 1971 I began to learn about racing and started rating exhibition races at the county fairs. After graduating from high school, I rode it professionally for 15 years and another 4 years off and on. In 1989, after several years of struggling with my weight that started affecting my health, I knew it was time to look elsewhere to stay involved. In the fall of '89, I started working at Portland Meadows as the assistant racing secretary and clerk's at scales. And in '94, I went to work for the commission. For the next 12 years, I got an education about how state government works and the challenges of managing a state agency. From working on legislation, managing a budget, personnel issues, and all the other day-to-day issues that arise. The past several years, racing has seen significant changes and challenges. The passage of the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Authority certainly has had the most impact. Everyone has had to adapt to new rules and the sharing of regulatory authorities with HISA, but the biggest challenge has been the cost. With the efforts of everyone involved in financial assistance from the state legislatures, we've been able to avoid passing on these fees to those that can least afford it, our horsemen, and particularly the owners who could keep investing in the horses to protect the jobs that creates racing. I intend to continue to work with legislatures and hope that they can understand that the assistance provided is not a handout, but an investment that returns revenue to the state in taxes and other form of revenue, and there is a return well over and above the money provided. Of all the issues that we've dealt with, I think that what I'm most proud of as an industry was what we accomplished in 2020, the COVID year. We all know how many businesses shuttered both temporarily and permanently during that year. But with everyone working together, management, stakeholders, horsemen and women included, we came up with the safety protocols that satisfied the state and managed to keep Emerald Downs open. It was difficult for everyone with the quarantines, face mask requirements, and all the other mandates. But we all worked as one to ensure racing continued, albeit with no live fans, so everyone could keep their jobs. I'm especially grateful to the owners for their understanding during that time when they were not allowed in the stable area to see their horses, but the majority of them understood and we all survived a tough time. The COVID year was also my biggest disappointment, as we lost the last remaining small Eastern Washington track, Sundowns in Kennewick. Missing that year created problems we simply could not overcome, and the bush racing has always been special to me. It's where I got my start. I want to take a couple minutes to recognize a few of the many people that have had a positive impact on me. And I know there's some that I won't get to, but in respect for time, I could be here an hour listening to everybody. First, I want to thank John Stabenfeld, who picked me up every day when I was 13, took me to his pasture to learn how to ride a flat saddle. As you saw in the video, it was his horse. It was my first mount, my first win, my first recognized mount, and my first recognized win. In '75, when I began riding full-time at Playfair, things weren't going too well to start with, and I was ready to move back to Republic and get a job and ride the bush tracks. There was someone that refused to let me leave, and after a long talk, and a week later, I won a stakes race on a long shot that jump-started me, and by the end of the meet, I'd set the record for wins by an apprentice. Thank you, Billy Beamer. During my riding years, there were lots of trainers that were loyal to me, but a few that had a lot of impact is people like Tim McCann at Playfair and Long Acres, Tex Irwin, who let me ride Polynesian Flyer, Pappy Keene from Portland Meadows and Salem, Kim and Dale Wright in Playfair, and my quarter horse guys, I can't forget them, Baxter Anderson, Lynn Melton. When it was time to step away from the saddle, it was a gentleman named Buck Hopkins, who some of you may remember, that took me under his wing and taught me how to write a condition book, work as a racing secretary, but Buck also was my mentor in becoming a steward. He's the one that taught me how you can enforce the rules of racing, but do it fairly and with understanding and compassion from the licensee's perspective. He was a first-class guy. Thank you, Bob Lopez, for having the confidence that I could set up as an administrator and for teaching me how a state agency should run. I also have to recognize Patty Brown, who was the Commission's confidential secretary for many years. When I was named executive secretary, she always made sure nothing fell through the cracks, but more importantly, she was a rock. When I'd get an email that would, let's say, fire me up a little bit, and I'd write out a response quickly, I learned real fast I needed to send it to Patty, because she would come back and say, you better not say that. So we would sit down and do it the politically correct way and send out the right response. Thank you, Patty. Thank you to the entire industry. It's been my pleasure to work the years with high-quality coworkers, colleagues, employees, and stakeholders. We've overcome obstacles and changes and challenges, and I hope to continue to fight to keep racing alive in Washington no matter what it takes. Lastly, I want to recognize my family, and they're all here, especially my wife, Patty. Over the last 25 years has been supportive and understanding of my passion for racing. No matter where or what we were doing, if we were off on vacation, sitting on the deck at home, she knew that if the phone rang, I was going to answer it. I always found out it was easier to stomp out a small fire than let it grow to a forest fire. In closing, receiving this honor is very special to me, and just a small kid from Republic. And again, thanks to you all.
Center to get his picture taken. Reed's there. Congratulations to Doug Moore for basically in the Washington thoroughbred industry. Sure. Yep. One more picture. And again, we're going to take a group picture over by the Hall of Fame exhibit just to my left underneath. So we'll do that right away. The group picture, family is welcome to support the 2026 Washington Thoroughbred Hall of Fame inductees, Maxwell G., Reba is tops, Mark Kaufman, and Doug Moore. Thank you.
And good day, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Emerald Downs. Today's track condition is fast. It's a fast track for today's racing. Here now are the changes, corrections, and scratches for today's racing program. In the first race today, a distance of 6 furlongs, there are no changes in the first. In the second race, a distance of 1 mile, number 1 Island Paradise, at the ownership of James A. Stanges. Turning to the third race today at 6 furlongs, number 3 Deputy's Dancer has been scratched. Scratch number 3 Deputy's Dancer. In the fourth race, a distance of 6 furlongs, there are no changes. No changes in the fourth. In the fifth race, a distance of 6 furlongs, number 1 Lord of Light will carry 2 pounds over. In the sixth race today at 6 furlongs, number 4 Shaughnessy has been scratched. Scratch number 4 Shaughnessy. In the seventh race today, a distance of 1 mile, there are no changes. No changes in the seventh. In the eighth race, a distance of 1 mile, number 4 Sunglasses will race with blinkers on. Blinkers on, number 4 Sunglasses. In the ninth race, a distance of 1 mile, number 1 Winds of Freedom will race with blinkers on. Blinkers on, number 1 Winds of Freedom. Number 3 JB Books has been scratched. Scratch number 3 JB Books from the ninth race. In your track program, number 3 JB Books may not appear. Number 7 Tangled Up in Gray has been scratched. Scratch number 7 Tangled Up in Gray. In the 10th race, a distance of 440 yards, the AQHA Emerald Downs Championship Challenge. No changes at this time. And in the 11th and final race, the John Deere Emerald Downs Juvenile Challenge at 350 yards. No changes at this time. Those are the changes, corrections, and scratches for today's racing program. Post time for the opener in 22 minutes. Enjoy your day of racing here at Emerald Downs.
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Emerald Downs Thoroughbred Racing and Quarter Horse Racing today. It's Long Acres Mile Eve Championship Sunday tomorrow. Joe Withey along with John Lindley joining me above the paddock, going race to race for an eventful weekend. We're charged up here at Emerald Downs, and we're going to have some great racing events. John, 11 races today and 12 tomorrow on Mile Day.
And if you miss it, you miss the Hall of Fame inductees, some people that needed to be in the Hall of Fame. And Maxwell G, what a crazy career he had. You can probably see that, I'm assuming, on YouTube, but it's pretty cool to read about his story. And there's Corvettes today and all sorts of fast cars, fast horses, and really fast horses tomorrow.
Indeed. The 91st Long Acres Mile tomorrow. Race number 9, we have 6 consecutive stakes races tomorrow. The mile is race number 9, so for those of you that are fans of the multi-race wagers, several pick 3s and pick 4s involving all stakes races. And yeah, the mile is set. 7-5 morning line favorite, Touchy. Touchy from the barn of Wesley Ward drew post position number 1 in the mile. And second favorite, See That Tiger, winner of our Governors. Third favorite is Slew's Tiz Wiz, racing in his 5th consecutive Long Acres Mile. Great day of racing both today and tomorrow. And congratulations once again to recently inducted Hall of Fame members Maxwell G, Reba is Tops, Mark Kaufman, and Doug Moore. And we're also raising money today for the PDJF, the Permanently Disabled Jockey Fund, something every track in North America does every year. And Connie Dahl is helping spearhead that event. We'll have more information on that soon, but the money goes directly toward helping jockeys who have been injured severely, their careers cut short, in need of all kinds of different care because of riding mishaps. Let's take a look at the horses for race number 1 here on Long Acres Mile Eve. This is the class of 2026 Hall of Fame purse for fillies and mares. 6 furlong sprint. Bumping River has the rail. And, well, she's a pure sprinter, John, and has been showing her early speed. She did win way back in May, dropping in class today.
Yeah, you look at her last race, and she got involved in a 3-horse speed duel, but it was a different type of 3-horse speed duel. She was involved hooking Coconut Dreams early. She put that one away. As soon as she put that one away, Cur Royale came at her, and she couldn't quite put that one away, and then, of course, the closer swooped all over him. So I think her last race is a lot better than it looks. She does draw the 1 hole. She does go to 6 furlong, shortens up, and she breaks cleanly today. She's probably a step quicker than everybody else here. We'll see if that's the case. But her last race, she was in a battle and just won the wars, kind of, but lost the war at the end. Sorry, won the battles, but lost the war.
Okay, yeah, Bumping River, and if she's stalking the pace, she's run well in that mode as well. She does get away from Kinky Moon. She's faced Kinky Moon in her last 2 starts, and that mare is really sharp recently in sprint races. Jose Navarro trains Bumping River, and leading rider Silvio Amador aboard the Washington bred. Number 2 is Drewy, and Drewy is going well right now also, John.
Yeah, she also got involved in a speed duel last time and won the battle and lost the war. Of course, the war was won by Savita later on, but it was a good effort. Now, the fractions weren't quite as quick as maybe Bumping River's fraction, but it was a good try, and she has shown the ability to lay right off also. It'll be interesting to see what some of the riders do here, but definitely a strong contender off her last start.
Drewy, second in her 2 most recent races, a Washington bred by Tapazar. And this will be her 2nd start off about a 6-week break, so improvement could be noted for her. Kevin Krieger's up. Kevin Krieger having another outstanding season at Emerald Downs. He is number 2 in the standings, 6 wins behind Silvio Amador, and an outstanding win percentage at 24 for Kevin Krieger. Number 3 in race number 1 is Janie, and Janie has won 2 of 5 career starts, coming off a 3rd.
Yeah, and she exited that same field that Drewy and Savita were in, and she was part of that pace duel. Again, there was a 3-horse duel. Savita sat back and was able to outrun him in the end there, it appears that she might be a little better if she just kind of sits just off the lead. She was claimed by a barn that does very well with claims, and of course his trainer-jockey combination has been just red hot all year long.
Yeah, and Tim McKenna was the trainer. George Rosales has her. Janie, she's won 2 of 5 starts. She's won short going long. And Adrian Castellanos aboard. Savita is coming off a win at low odds as she dropped in class a little bit for her first start off a little bit of a break, and she came through nicely for Alan Bozell.
Yeah, she was drawing money all that day, and as you mentioned, kind of came off a couple of okay efforts, but she got the perfect trip last time. It was a 4-horse field. 3 of them hooked each other. She sat off, but that is a nice confidence-building win, and she might get that same scenario again. Quite capable of repeating.
Okay, the 4th Washington bred in the race, Savita, trained by Bozell, and Alex Cruz picked up that mount on August 1st 2 weeks ago and did get the win for her. As this Washington bred race also includes Kier Royale, the speedy daughter of Attaboy Roy. 5 starts at the meeting, has a win and a second. And when she did run for 8,000, non-winners at 2, she did come away with a victory.
Yeah, she's kind of struggled at this higher level that she's been recently running at. But however, back on June 19th, she ran a great second despite stumbling badly at the start. She was kind of flat her last 2, but she draws outside, a little easier company. The rider has options out there. A lot of people are going to look at her as the horse to beat.
Yeah, she gets away from Kinky Moon as well, and Cut and Curl. Horses that have competed very well at 15,000. Down to 8,000 for Kier Royale, Kay Cooper trainee. That barn winning at 25% at the meeting. And Kevin Orozco has been the barn's top rider. He is up. There she is. A field of 5 in the first of 11. Again, quarter horse stakes races. At the end of the card, the AQHA Emerald Downs Championship Challenge and the John Deere Emerald Downs Juvenile Challenge to complete racing on Long Acres Mile Eve. We're about ready to start racing as the fillies and mares will head to the track shortly for the Class of 2026 Hall of Fame purse.
That's Dan Harrington's Call the Post for the first race today. It's the Class of 2026 Hall of Fame purse. A distance of 6 furlongs, claiming event, purse of $11,500. It's for Washington-bred fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. Post time in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you please rise if able and kindly remove your hats as we welcome Al McGeckern to the winner's circle. Al, a frequent visitor to Emerald Downs, and he has sang the national anthem at many events and sports venues in the Pacific Northwest. He'll be joined by our track bugler, Dan Harrington. Ladies and gentlemen, now our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
That's Al and Dan.
Race number 1 at Emerald Downs, a 6-furlong sprint for fillies and mares. Once again, our pick 3 wager has just a 12% takeout. That is an outstanding figure industry-wide in North America. Pick 3 is 12%. Also, rolling doubles, and the first pick 4 of the day starts in race number 1. Let's head up to track announcer Tom Harris for his selection.
Thank you, Joe and John, as we get ready to kick things off here in the opener of this first race at 6 panels. I'll go to the outside. I like Coeur Royale in this race. Coeur Royale steps in, I think, against a better spot here today. Good early foot. You know, the last race at 6.5 furlongs, she really didn't quit or give it up. She was passed by some fast closers in the final 100 yards of that race. So she finished out well. Did manage to place 4th in the race after having the lead late, but it was still a very nice effort. That was a tough race. I think this is a good spot for her. Kevin Orozco has the assignment. Bumping Rivers, second selection here. Another one with good speed, draws the inside for a plus. And then you have Janie, number 3. Looks to be a pretty game sort, and may like this spot a little better as well. So you got a few horses, kind of a convergence zone, coming out of tough spots into a placement that should work better for them, should make for a nice race. 5, 1, and 3 in the opener for me.
Okay, there's Tom's picks. Number 5, Coeur Royale on top. John Lindley.
Yeah, I remember Coeur Royale breaking her maiden at 33-1, and everybody was talking to themselves afterward, going, "How do we let a Kate Cooper trained horse go up at that price on first-time starters?" And since then, she does have another win, and as I mentioned last time, she got involved in a speed duel on the turn there. I was hoping she'd hang on a little better, but she does drop in price, draws outside again, and has tactical speed and all those positives. We'll see if she can get her third lifetime win.
Okay, 2 votes for Kir Royale. I'm going to go the same direction. The drop in class, she has won as far as 6.5 furlongs this year, and getting away from some pretty sharp sprinters in that filly and mare level, Kinky Moon, Cut and Curl, etc. A little softer group for her. Big chance for her to be prominent all the way around. We're all on number 5, Kir Royale, in the first.
And the horses have reached the starting gate. They're loading now for the class of 26 Hall of Fame purrs. 6 furlongs the requirement here. Drewy and Janie settled away. Savita, 1 from the outside. Bumping River will be at the rail position. Kir Royale steps up. Outside post. Now comes Bumping River. Bumping River goes in. All set. And runners away. Good start for Kir Royale from the outside, who broke smartly. Along the inside, Bumping River is on the go and takes the lead now. Drewy is right there to run with him. Span of 3. Back to Janie and Savita at the till. They head midway up the backstretch, and Bumping River shows the way by a length. Kir Royale on the outside, second by 1.5 lengths. Then comes Drewy next. Another 1.5 lengths or 2 to Janie and Savita's at the till. They're into the far turn. 22 9/100ths on the opening fraction. Bumping Rivers at the inside, just in front. Kir Royale up from the outside. These two stride for stride with a 1/4 mile to go. Drewy's back in third with Janie and Savita. They round the turn and head for home. Kir Royale puts a nose in front. Bumping River fights back bravely inside the final furlong. Deep stretch they come now. Kir Royale from the outside. Bumping River fights back on the inside. 50 yards to the line, and Kir Royale pulls away to win it by length. Bumping River second to Savita. Janie followed in Drewy. They stopped the clock in 1:09 72/100ths. An official order of finish on the board for the first race. Finishing first, it was number 5, Kir Royale. Second was number 1, Bumping River, finishing third number 4, Savita, and fourth number 3, Janie. Running time of the race, 1:09 and 72/100. First race today was the Class of 2026 Hall of Fame purse. Results are official. Into the Michelob Ultra Winners Circle, Kir Royale. Owned by Pat Crow, Jill Fabulich, and Deborah Pabst. Trained by Kate Cooper, Kevin Orozco on board with the winning ride. A 4-year-old bay filly by Attaboy Roy. From Magical Spell, she was sired by Include. Bred here in Washington by Mr. and Mrs. Frederick L. Pabst. Official winner of the first race, Kir Royale. Here's a look at the prices for the first race today. Winner number 5, Kir Royale, $354 to win, $238 to place, $210 to show. Number 1, Bumping River, $320 to place, $244 to show. Number 4, Savita third, $250 on the show ticket. The Exacta, $4.07. 50-cent trifecta, $3.65. 10-cent super, $1.33. Coming up the second race today, it's a distance of 1 mile, the Lucky One Lemonade Purse. Post time for the second race, coming up at 2:40, 16 minutes until post time. When the bell rings at the winner's circle, a donation has been made to the Thoroughbred Aftercare Program. Special thanks to all donations. And once again, race fans, congratulations to our 2026 Washington Racing Hall of Fame inductees. Doug Moore in the Lifetime Achievement category. Maxwell G. in the Older Horse Division. Rebus Tops in the Older Filly or Mare Division. And in the Media Award to Mark Kaufman. Fans, be sure to get your entries in for the $1,000 Lucky One Lemonade Horseshoe Toss drawing. Simply place your entry in the bin located next to customer service on track level prior to the post time of the third race today. We will select 3 contestants and 2 alternates to throw a horseshoe after the 5th race today. If you get a ringer, you win $1,000. If no one throws a ringer, the horseshoe closest to the stake will win $100. Be sure to get your entries in.
Paddock time for race number 2 at Emerald Downs. And the race of the season tomorrow, the 91st Long Acres Mile. And a couple of mile day runners schooling in the paddock right now, along with the second race field. Executive Chef is the beautiful dappled gray for trainer Mike Puich toward the far end of the paddock. And Someday Lady, the Bay filly, she'll be in the Emerald Distaff tomorrow. Executive Chef, one of the runners in tomorrow's Long Acres Mile. We're out in the walking ring for race number 2, the Lucky One Lemonade Purse, as we look at Island Paradise, who is in a maiden race today going a flat mile, and he's making his Emerald Downs debut.
Yeah, he comes off a race at Los Alamitos and kind of ran even 7th there. And, you know, that surface can be tricky to run on. It was his first start on the dirt, so got to give him credit for running at Los Alamitos dirt. You catch dirt for the first time, then you got a course that he's not the straightest course, we'll just say that. So this is a much easier spot for him, and he hasn't shown too much in his career after his debut on the turf at Del Mar, but he draws the one hole. We can talk about that all the time, but that's always a big positive at a flat mile.
You bet, and he has shown, tactical speed previously in a grass race. Scott Tubbs runner Alex Cruz aboard Island Paradise. Number 2 there, Big Wheels. Big Wheels is from the barn of Debbie Van Horn, and he's coming off his first third-place finish.
Yeah, and in that race, he was bumped pretty good going into the first turn, and it was a super fast pace. They were flying early. A horse from far back ended up winning that race. So it was a decent first route, and he has a right to improve. He also has tactical speed, which has always becomes useful, especially later in the year in these maiden races after attrition. If you can get loose on the lead, you might find yourself, in the winner's circle.
Better Let It Ride, the 3. Frank Alvarado just got aboard for Jack McCartney. Emerald Downs debut, a stretch runner in from Wyoming. There's 2 Cruz, a second-time starter with some 2-turn breeding. He raced here at Emerald Downs 3 weeks ago for Kay Cooper, another lifer, and one Phil, John, is going to go to the track as the favorite.
Yeah, his sprint figures are pretty potent. He's by Smiling Tiger out of Maria's Monmare. He should be able to get a mile. He's just running some super fast races for the level. I mean, one race was 1:07.3. He was in third, beating 10 lengths. That never happens at maiden 10.
On the track for race 2.
And the horses are on the track for the second race. The second race, a distance of 1 mile, the Lucky One Lemonade Purse. Maiden claiming event, purse of $10,000. It's for maiden 3-year-olds and upward. Post time coming up in less than 5 minutes.
Race number 2 at Emerald Downs, and this is a race for maidens, 3-year-olds and upward. 1 mile in the Lucky One Lemonade purse. Maiden claiming price $10,000. Couple of Emerald Downs newcomers in here and a second-time starter as well. It's 1 mile, and let's head up to Tom for his selection in race 2.
Well, Joe, we all three got on the board in the opener, so off to a good start here. Let's see if we can keep the beat going, so to speak, here in the second race. I like Island Paradise on the inside. There's only a few horses in this race that have actually been around 2 turns. Island Paradise is one of those. Faced off against some pretty tough company at Santa Anita and Del Mar, and had a good third on the turf course at Del Mar last year. So Island Paradise, favorable spot at the inside. I think this should be a likable spot for this one. Alex Cruz has the call. Then you've got One Phil, who's garnering most of the attention in the wagering here. This one's been very close in the last couple of races. Of course, we'll be stretching out from 5 and 6 furlongs to a mile here today, which will be the question mark. And another lifer is number 5 to round out the top 3 that I'm looking at. Nice effort going a mile last time out. Checks in against Similar, stayed reasonably close to the pace and had a pretty good finish in that one. So I think another lifer, certainly a factor here. I go 1, 6, and 5 here in the second.
Island Paradise for Tom in from Southern Cal. Emerald Downs debut with Scott Tubbs, Alex Cruz. John.
I'm going to try the favorite here, number 6, One Phil. I know he hasn't routed, but his last race, he ran into a horse that ran 109 flat, and as we talked earlier, he's running just some super fast fields for maiden 10. He looks like he has a huge edge over this thing if he can route. He also has good tactical speed. I wouldn't be surprised if he found himself on the lead here. I think he's the one to beat, and I think the public agrees. We'll see if that's the case.
Yeah, I'm with you there. One Phil, seemingly, he's been low odds a few times and not had his maiden day, but he's getting another chance today, and any of his typical races should make him pretty tough in here. The distance is certainly a little bit of a question. John and I on number 6, One Phil. Tom's on number 1, Island Paradise, in the second.
And the horses have reached the starting gate. Post time for the second. Second race at a mile, the Lucky One Lemonade purse. And the field set to load here. Island Paradise inside post. Now comes Big Will's next one to go. Better Let It Ride is standing by. Two Crews goes to join them. Another lifer will take position, one from the outside. One Phil outside post. And Emerald starter Mark Gibson will send them on their way. Little hesitation from One Phil. Now in. And runners away. Big Will's rushing off the mark, and One Phil is quickly there to converge as they run to the first turn. Island Paradise tucked away at the rail. Then comes Two Crews perched up to the outside. A length more to Another Lifer from second last, and Better Let It Ride is at the tail. They prepare for the backstretch run. 3/4 of a mile to go, and out front, One Phil is the leader, 3 parts of a length. Big Will's on the outside, racing second by 2. Then comes Island Paradise. Up along the outside, Two Crews is next. Another length and a half or 2 to Another Lifer. And at the tail is Better Let It Ride. Midway up the backstretch they go, 23.77 first fraction. One Phil is the leader with Big Will's right there shadowing from the outside. Island Paradise holding third at the rail. Two Crews alongside of that. Still 2 to Another Lifer, and Better Let It Ride. Around the turn they go. One Phil opens up now by 2. Big Will's back into second. Island Paradise is at the rail. Two Crews next. Another Lifer called on, gets the green light a 1/4 mile away. They hit the top of the stretch, and One Phil kicks off the turn, 4 to the good. Big Will's is chasing and Another Lifer, but One Phil, the favorite, opening up daylight now by a half dozen going away. One Phil and Alex Anaya will stroll home to win it impressively. Big Will's to be second under the line, close on the show. Better Let It Ride from Another Lifer. Island Paradise and Two Crews. Time of the race, 1:36 and 93 100ths. Unofficial order of finish on the board. First, it's number 6, One Phil. Second was number 2, Big Will's. Finishing third, number 3, Better Let It Ride. And fourth, number 5, Another Lifer. Time for the mile, a quick 1:36 and 93 100ths. The second race today was the Lucky One Lemonade Purse. Results are official. In the Michelob Ultra Winners Circle, it's One Phil. Owned by White Diamond Syndicate and Gary Crandall. Trained by Vince Gibson. Also Gary Lusk on the ownership. The winning rider, Alex Anaya. One Phil's a 5-year-old chestnut gelding by Smiling Tiger. From Ludus, she was sired by Maria's Mon. Bred in California by Premier Thoroughbred, LLC. Here's a look at the prices for the second race today. Winner number 6, One Fill. $442 to win, $284 to place, $240 on the show. Big Will's number 2 was the runner-up, $10.04 to place, $4.98 to show. Number 3, Better Let It Ride, $4.20 to show. Winning Exacta, $16.19. The early double, $3.32 for the 5-6 combo. 50-cent trifecta, $40.41. And the 10-cent super, $16.71. Coming up, the third race today, Diane's 70th birthday purse at 6 furlongs. Number 3, Deputy's Dancer, has been scratched. Scratch number 3, Deputy's Dancer. Post time for the third race at 3:08, 19 minutes until post time. Once again, race fans, be sure to get those entries in for the $1,000 Lucky One Lemonade Horseshoe Toss drawing. Simply place your entry in the bin located next to customer service on the track level before the post time of this upcoming third race. We will select 3 contestants and 2 alternates to throw a horseshoe after the 5th race today. If you get a ringer, you win $1,000. If no one throws a ringer, then the horseshoe closest to the stake will win $100. Be sure to get those entries in for the $1,000 Lucky One Lemonade Horseshoe Toss. Fans, don't forget we have great Super Saturday specials today. Just pay half price for best bet combos, ices, garlic fries, hot dogs, fountain soft drinks, hand-scooped ice cream, and root beer floats. For those of you 21 and up, we have half-price fireball shots, ciders, seltzers, margaritas, and draft beer. And we have specials on Lucky One lemonades. And race fans, when the bell rings at the winner's circle, that means a donation has been made to the Thoroughbred Aftercare Program. Special thanks to those who donate. A worthy cause, the Thoroughbred Aftercare Program. We hear that bell ring at the winner's circle. It's always a great thing.
Paddock time for race number 3 on Saturday here at Emerald Downs, and today we're raising money for the PDJF, the Permanently Disabled Jockey Fund, a very worthy cause. It's been going on for years. All racetracks in North America have their day. Armando Rivera is here representing the PDJF along with Jessica Castro and, of course, our own Connie Dahl. First, a word from a jockey that did ride here in not too long ago, and she is a recipient of the PDJF's beneficiary. Thank you to Jory Scriver. And yeah, she suffered a very serious injury. Armando Rivera, a former rider as well. And Armando comes into Emerald Downs every year on our Quarter Horse Championships Day. Great to see you, Armando. I know you're helping out Connie with some fundraising today.
Well, yes, thank you for having me here. It's always a pleasure to come out here and support the PDJF and the Emerald Downs, the AQHA Challenge Championships.
Yeah, Armando always shows up when the weather's good around here, but it's great to see your smiling face. Jessica as well, and there is a table near the gift shop, near the customer service center on track level of tremendous goods, memorabilia, and gifts that you might have to purchase, engage in the silent auction, and it all goes to contribute to the PDJF as it's our day today. Connie Dahl has worked hard once again. Let's hear from Connie on what's available at the table.
Thanks for coming and being a part of this and helping out our injured friends. People you see and bet on every day, and then they're kind of forgotten when they get hurt. So we want them to know they're remembered. So this right here is a picture of, is a picture of Scott Stevens winning a race here on No Back Talk, and it's his signed pants. We're auctioning that off, and all the leading riders here as well, and a couple others like Alyssa Morales, and all the information of the race that's in the pictures on the back. So please come and see the booth, bid on some pictures. We have some Fred Stones. We have an original #1 print by Jenny Harding that has donated the evolution of the racehorse. Come and see it. Come and bid on it. Please help our injured friends.
Thank you, Connie. Yeah, the PDJF, today's the day. Cash donations are, of course, accepted. And silent auction, purchases available at the table, beautifully displayed. Connie's worked hard on this, and as she said, you know, unfortunately, there are riders whose careers are cut short through various types of injuries, and they do need help. Not a lot of pensions among jockeys, so the PDJF goes a long way toward helping that.
Yeah, and we couldn't do it without all the fans and all the people in the racehorse family. So thank you for all the donations and for all the help.
Thank you, Armando.
There are currently 70 jockeys that need this.
Thanks, Connie. So the table up by the Customer Service Center, up by the gift shop, stop by and help contribute to the PDJF today at Emerald Downs Long Acres Mile weekend. Horses in the walking ring for race number 3. And we are doing our rolling doubles, rolling pick threes. This is an older horse sprint. It's Diane's 70th birthday purse, scratch number 3, Deputy's Dancer. And this is a competitive betting race. Morning line favoritism goes to Handsome Ticket, who won 2 back and then didn't win as the favorite last time out.
Yeah, last time he was in the 1 hole. He hopped at the start, lost about 1.5 lengths, and then had to rush up and force the pace. And now he moves outside and gets a weight break. And, you know, clearly the horse to catch if he breaks cleanly.
A little bit of speed in here. Of course, Deputy's Dancer is out. Scratch the 3. So it's a field of 5. And we checked the odds board right now. Handsome Ticket as the favorite as the horses get ready to leave the paddock. Nation of Faith comes off a win from a little bit off the pace, John.
Yeah, he got a good trip that day. It was a super game effort to get there. And if he can see a pace duel again, he's definitely capable of repeating.
5:20 Sunset, the 4 also coming off a good effort. He can stalk a pace at various distances. A field of 5 go to the track for Diane's 70th birthday purse.
Horses on the track for the 3rd race today. The 3rd race, a distance of 6 furlongs. Diane's 70th birthday purse. Reminder that number 3, Deputy's Dancer's been scratched. The 3rd race, a claiming event, purse of $9,000. It's for 3-year-olds and upward. Post time coming up in less than 5 minutes.
Coming up on race number 3 at Emerald Downs, 6 furlong sprint, older horses, and it is Diane's 70th birthday purse. We're scratching number 3, Deputy's Dancer. The third of 11 on Quarter Horse Championship Day and Long Acres Mile Eve. Let's head up to track announcer Tom Harris.
All right, Joe, third race upon us. Well, if we didn't learn anything else today, we learned that one fill can get a mile impressively.
Yeah, John Lindley just mentioned that.
Yeah, it was a real nice run today. Hats off to the connections. Just a very impressive run. I'll go with YVR this time. Inside post position, Alyssa Morales will do the guiding here. Steps away from the mile, back to a sprint here today. Draws that inside for a plus, has that front running style. YVR, my top selection here. Nation of Faith is a horse I think is fitting in this race, has a pretty good late kick to offer, may benefit from an early speed battle should one develop. And Handsome Ticket is certainly a horse that factors into this race. Talia Timantaw guides Handsome Ticket here. 1, 6, and 5 the way I see it for the third.
YVR going route to sprint for trainer Howard Gibson. Howie Gibson, the leading barn here at Emerald Downs this year. Let's go to John Lindley.
I'm going to stick with the 6 horse again, just like last race. I'm going to try number 6, Nation of Faith. Now, he did get a perfect trip last time. However, he was impressive in the stretch in that he was pretty determined to get there. I don't know if the pace scenario is going to set up for him, but if he can repeat that last effort, he should be right there at the finish.
Yeah, he can come from just off the pace. He did that to victory on July 17th. 5:20 Sunset went route to sprint 3 weeks ago and ran quite well, beaten less than a length at 6.5 furlongs. So I think he can stalk a pace and finish well at this distance once again. We have 3 different opinions here. Tom's on the 1, I'm on the 4, John's on the 6 in race 3.
And the horses have reached the starting gate. Going in the gate now for the third, Diane's 70th birthday purse at 6 furlongs. YVR inside to Mobley. 5:20 Sunset. Handsome Ticket, one from the outside, and here comes Nation of Faith. Mobley's going to be the last one. And they're in. Little activity in the gate there. Number 5, Handsome Ticket. Handsome Ticket rearing in the gate. Starter Mark Gibson assessing the situation over there. And runners away. Good start from the inside for YVR, who broke smartly as they race up the backstretch, and along the outside, Handsome Ticket is gathered up and is right there, a snug second by 3.5. We go back to 5:20 Sunset, and Mobley follows next in turn. Still 2.5 to Nation of Faith with a half-mile to go. They run on for the far turn, a fast opening fraction, 21 and 83/100ths with 3/8 of a mile to go. At the inside, it's YVR. Just in front, Handsome Ticket is right there. Those two move as one. Span of 5 back to 5:20 Sunset into third. At the rail comes Mobley with a 1/4 mile to go. They run to the top of the stretch. YVR at the inside. Handsome Ticket from the outside, and they're off the turn together with a final furlong to go. Handsome Ticket on the outside, on the inside, YVR. Now they're joined by 5:20 Sunset, middle of the racetrack, 70 yards for home. Handsome Ticket, here comes 5:20 Sunset on the attack. 5:20 Sunset. Handsome Ticket to the inside with Nation of Faith, who is rolling late. YVR and Mobley, they stop the clock in 1:10 and 20/100ths. Unofficial order of finish appears on the totalizator board. An inquiry for the third. Steward's inquiry involving the top 2 finishers on the totalizator board. First, it was number 4, 5:20 Sunset. Finishing second, number 5, Handsome Ticket. Third was number 6, Nation of Faith. Fourth, number 1, YVR. Ladies and gentlemen, after viewing the video replays, the stewards have ruled that there be no change made in the order of finish. The results will remain as posted. Running time of the race, 1:10 and 20/100ths. Third race today, Diane's 70th birthday purse. Happy birthday to Diane. Into the Michelob Ultra Winners Circle, it's 520 Sunset. Owned by Ragin' Rider X and Terra Firma Farm. Trained by Joe Toy. Silvio Amador, the winning rider. A 5-year-old chestnut gelding by Coast Guard from Crafty Diva. She was sired by Crafty Prospector. Bred here in Washington by Gene Welch. Here's a look at the prices for the third race today. Winner number 4520 Sunset, 1234 to win, 464 to place, 306 to show. Number 5 Handsome Ticket, 346 and 290 on the place and show. Number 6 Nation of Faith, $3.06 for the show ticket. Winning Exacta, $22.76. The Rolling Double, $12.78. 50-cent trifecta, $18.58. 10-cent super, $6.32. And the pick 3, $15.70 on the early pick 3. Race fans, it's time for the Los Margs Cafe Groom of the Week. That honor goes to Jose Becerra of the Dan Markle Barn. He grooms a pair of recent winners, Veritas Akitas and Simply Smiles, the latter breaking her maiden last Saturday. Congratulations to our Groom of the Week. The Muckleshoot Casino Owner of the Week award goes to Sue and Tim Spooner. They won Sunday's feature race with their improving 4-year-old gelding, Charlie Neal. Now 2 for 3 at the season for trainer Dan Markle. The Spooners are number 3 all-time with 185 wins here at Emerald Downs. Congratulations to Sue and Tim Spooner. And the Las Margaritas Trainer of the Week award goes to Rosie Simpkins, who enjoyed a perfect week going 2 for 2 with victories by Fruit Loots and Melvin's Loot. Tip of the hat to Rosie Simpkins. Coming up, the fourth race today, it's the Mark Kaufman Memorial Purse at 6 furlongs. No changes in the fourth race. Post time on the board at 3:34, 13 minutes until post time. Fans, don't forget the donation table is set up next to the winner's circle for the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund. Donations can be made at the winner's circle. All donations greatly appreciated. Armando Rivera traveled all the way here to join us here today. Special welcome to Armando. The PDJF Fund goes to benefit disabled riders throughout North America.
Coming up on race number 4 at Emerald Downs. The 4th race is the Mark Kaufman Memorial Purse. Mark Kaufman, one of 4 inductees into the Washington Thoroughbred Hall of Fame today. And the Mark Kaufman Memorial Purse has been run on Long Acres Mile Weekend ever since the first season at Emerald Downs. Mark passed away the year before Emerald Downs opened. And while working at the Kentucky Derby, of course, he was the former outstanding publicity director at Long Acres for a number of years. His family and friends, of course, here to accept his Hall of Fame induction, along with Maxwell G., Reba Is Tops, and Doug Moore today. Let's look at the field for the 4th, a maiden race for 3 and 4-year-olds. And we do have a field of 7. We're going to start another pick 4 right here. Pick 4 wagering races 4 through 7. And it is an 11 race card. We're looking at number 1, Swinging in the Rain for trainer Howard Gibson with Blake Nunnally. Chance for some third out improvement, John?
Yeah, you know, his first 2 races, he kind of ran evenly. Unfortunately, he drew the 1 hole again. Last race when he drew the 1 hole, he got off 3/4 of a length slowly and all, but did show a little more speed than his first start, so that's always a positive. He's going to have to improve here, but not too much. I mean, if he can get out of the gate cleanly and get up in contention early, as you mentioned, his 3rd start, it should be his best. We'll see if, or her best. We'll see if that's the case.
The daughter of Barkley, Swinging in the Rain. And Gibson has done well with Sons and Daughters of Barkley at the current meeting. Barkley, of course, the 2018 Long Acres Mile winner, stands at Eldorado Farms in Enumclaw. Number 2, Obsessed with You, Melissa Ledford in charge, Alex Cruz aboard. It's had a couple of starts at the meeting, but she is a class dropper in here.
That's a big price drop from 25 made in 5. Last race was involved in a speed duel, got a little tired there. The winner of that race completely dominated the race. This obviously is much easier company. She ran a good 3rd at Turf Paradise for 12.5, just kind of that nice stalking trip, and she'll probably be in that scenario today, and we'll see if she can get her maiden broken.
Okay, there's the 2. Again, Alex Cruz up aboard her. He did ride her down in Phoenix. Number 3, Shady Creek. Shady Creek, a big second after a slow start in her career debut a month ago. Came back in 2 weeks. Just was a little flat that day. Of course, the winner, designated runner, won by 10 lengths.
Yeah, and at the start, she was checked sharply at the start and lost 2 or 3 lengths, was crowded, and kind of lost all chance in one sense there. Didn't show much later, but I do think, as you mentioned, off that 2 weeks, she probably bounced a little bit too. So she has a right to run a lot better today. Drop in price definitely isn't going to hurt.
Yeah, little drop for Shady Creek from trainer Tom Wenzel. Adrian Castellanos aboard. He's winning at 30% when riding for Wenzel. Here's the 4, Roxy's Secret, comes off a runner-up finish.
Yeah, it was a good effort by her Arhula girl, who was the 3rd straight winner out of Ross's girl, by the way, when she went wire to wire. She ran good for 2nd there. Nice even effort. Another even effort probably puts her on the board. Maybe it gets a win.
David Martinez trainee, Roxy's Secret, a Washington bred by Raised a Secret with Pablo Castillo. Little weight break there. Castillo gets aboard. Gracie K is back in for 5,000 for Elodio Madrigal. She finished behind Roxy's Secret a few lengths 2 weeks ago. Ording Mist, second off the bench.
Yeah, she needed that race. She was off more than a year, showed speed and got tired. Will probably show a little more speed, hopefully not get as tired.
Yeah, and a 3rd last year for Dan Markle. Talia Taimantois on the 6th. And Big Brother Ron on the outside. Kevin Orozco up for Bruce Dillenbeck. Has a 3rd among 2 starts at the meeting as we head to the track for the Mark Kaufman Memorial Purse.
And the horses take the track for the fourth race today, the Mark Kaufman Memorial Purse at 6 furlongs. Maiden claiming event, purse of $8,500 for maiden fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. They'll arrive at the gate in less than 5 minutes. And race fans, time to announce our contestants for the $1,000 horseshoe toss today, presented by Lucky One Lemonade. When you hear your name announced, contact the winner's circle, Audrey Petrie of Tacoma. Audrey of Tacoma. Check in at the winner's circle, please. Jennifer Chambers from Milton. Jennifer Chambers. Terry Brooks from Barley. Terry Brooks. You are our main 3 contestants. However, we have 2 alternates. And those 2 alternates are Colin Mariani of Redmond and Nick Carr of Seattle. You heard your name announced. Contact the winner's circle. And good luck in the horseshoe toss. Ladies and gentlemen, today's fourth race is the Mark Kaufman Memorial Purse. The proud family and friends of Mark Kaufman are in the winner's circle for a traditional race on Longacres Mile weekend. The Mark Kaufman Memorial Purse, today's fourth race. Even prouder today with Mark Kaufman inducted into the Washington Thoroughbred Hall of Fame. Please welcome the Mark Kaufman family.
Joe stepped away for a second, but we'll talk to Tom first and get his selection for the race.
All right, John Lindley, thank you very much as we get set for 6 furlongs here in this fourth race. I like Shady Creek coming into this race. Only a 2-time starter, but caught traffic in the last effort. I think a cleaner trip is going to make this one much more threatful. Good spot for a chance to graduate here for Shady Creek, and Adrian Castellanos will do the guiding. Obsessed with You, number 2, is another one I'm going to keep an eye on. Alex Cruz will be the pilot here. This one coming in with a maiden class advantage. Been squaring off in the maiden $20,000 and $25,000 category in the first 2 races of the season here, and steps in for the $5,000 tag today. Gracie K rounds out my top 3. That's number 5, Silvio Amador, to pilot Gracie K, a 3-time starter. Closed evenly the last couple of trips at 6 furlongs. Was up into the mix mostly throughout that last 6 furlong outing, but has stayed reasonably close to the pace. I go 3, 2, and 5 here in the fourth.
And Joe and I both are going to agree with Tom in this race. We both picked number 3, Shady Creek, for the same reasons Tom probably picked also. She ran really good in her first start. Last race did have significant trouble and probably just wasn't able to recover after that trouble. So all 3 of us are on number 3, Shady Creek, going into the fourth.
And the horses have reached the starting gate. Post time for the Mark Kaufman Memorial Purse. Field set to load for the fourth at 6 furlongs. The Mark Kaufman Memorial, first one to come up swinging in the rain. Inside post. Now Shady Creek to join them. Roxy's Secret looks it over, heads to the mark. And Gracie K will be just to her outside. Now comes Ording Mist. Big Brother Ron, Obsessed with You, steps in. Now Big Brother Ron and the fourth. In the gate. Trouble in the gate, number 4, Roxy's Secret reared. Runners being backed out of the gate will have a slight delay before the running of this fourth race. And they got Roxy's Secret out of the gate up on all fours. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please in this fourth race. Number 4, Roxy's Secret, has now been scratched upon the advice of the track veterinarian, and by order of the stewards, scratch number 4, Roxy's Secret. Roxy's Secret being escorted back to the paddock at this time. Win, place, and show wagers may be refunded on Roxy's Secret. If you had that one coupled in your rolling double with number 4, 520 Sunset in the third race, to number 4, Roxy's Secret in this, the fourth race, there will be a consolation payoff on those rolling double combinations. And if you had number 4, Roxy's Secret, combined in your multi-race wagers, your selection will be automatically transferred to the post-time wagering favorite in this fourth race. Again, a late scratch here. Scratch number 4, Roxy's Secret. And the jockey's been given the riders up call once again as they get set to load here for the fourth race. As Roxy's Secret is departing the track, now safely off the track, and the field given the green light to go back into the gate. Swinging in the Rain, first one up to the line once again. Here comes Shady Creek and Gracie K. Shady Creek settling in. Ording Mist one from the outside. Now comes Obsessed with You, one off the rail, and Big Brother Run. Now they're in. All set. And runners away. Good start on the outside. Ording Mist. Big Brother Ron broke smartly as they scramble for the lead here. Moving through at the inside. Swinging in the Rain. Obsessed with You. Battling on as well. Gracie K just back of the wall of leaders. And Shady Creek kicks on from the tail as they hustle for the far turn. Half mile remains. Several vie for the lead here. Obsessed with You, Swinging in the Rain is at the inside. Up along the outside, Ording Mist is right there to shadow the leader. Shady Creek's about 2.5 off the beat now as they head it midway round the turn. Stride for stride, Obsessed with You and Ording Mist. Those two dead in the eye to the quarter pole. Shady Creek right behind in third now as they hit the top of the stretch. They round the turn and run for home. Ording Mist begins to edge away now, and Ording Mist takes him inside the final furlong. Obsessed with You struggling to keep up, and back third is Shady Creek, but Ording Mist is running away now. Ording Mist goes on to win it by 5. Obsessed with You finishing second to Shady Creek. Big Brother Ron followed Gracie K and Swinging in the Rain. They stopped the clock in 1:10 and 98/100ths. Unofficial order of finish appears on the totalizator board for the 4th race today. Finishing first, it was number 6, Ording Mist. Second was number 2, Obsessed with You. Third came number 3, Shady Creek. And fourth, number 7, Big Brother Ron. Running time of the race, 1:10 and 98/100ths. The 4th race today was the Mark Kaufman Memorial Purse. Into the Michelob Ultra Winner's Circle, Ording Mist. Owned by Bruce Cudahy, trained by Dan Markle, and ridden to victory by Talia Timantois. Ording Mist, a 4-year-old dark mare, brown filly by Conveyance. From Bikini Beach, she was sired by Harbor the Gold. Bred here in Washington by Bruce Cudahy. Here's a look at the prices for the fourth race. Winner number 6, Ording Mist, $11.82 on the win ticket, $5.32 to place, $3.58 to show. Number 2, Obsessed with You, $3.14 to place, $2.16 to show. Number 3, Shady Creek, $2.42 on the show ticket. Winning Exacta, $22.18. 4-4 Consolation Double, $5.66. The winning combo on the rolling double, 4 and 6 returns $41.76. 50-cent trifecta, $24.12. 10-cent super, $19.74. Winning pick 3, $82.66. And the early pick 4, $132.45. Coming up, the fifth race today, a distance of 6 furlongs. Number 1, Lord of Light, will carry 2 pounds over. Post time for the fifth race on the board at 4 o'clock. 11 minutes until post time. And once again, race fans, a special welcome to our friends from the PDJF Fund, the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund. You can make donations today down by the winner's circle. They have that donation table set up there. Special welcome to Armando Rivera, who's joining us today. Always glad to have Armando here at Emerald Downs. All donations greatly appreciated. The Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund. It goes to benefit disabled jockeys in North America. Race Fans, Championship Sunday is tomorrow. It's presented by First Bet. The day features 6 stakes races, including the 91st running of the $125,000 Long Acres Mile. Post time's 1:50. Gates open at 11:30 tomorrow morning. Come early for the Railbird Rally in the park from noon to 1 p.m.
race number 5 at Emerald Downs. It is Longacres Mile Eve, and 2 quarter horse stakes races today, as this has been the day prior to the mile for the AQHA Emerald Downs Championship Challenge and the John Deere Emerald Downs Juvenile Challenge. 440 for the 4 and ups and 350 for the 2-year-olds. That'll be races 10 and 11. Again, we are fundraising for the PDJF today, the Permanently Disabled Jockey Fund. Thank you so much for any contributions, and the silent auction continues to go on track level near the Newcomer Center, now the gift shop, and the customer service center on track level. A beautiful display of items, many signed and unique items to help fundraise for the very worthy PDJF today at Emerald Downs. There's also a contribution bin near the paddock as well. Let's take a look at the horses for race number 5. And this is a sprint for 3-year-olds and upward. Claiming price is $5,000. Here's a look at Lord of Light. Lord of Light with a maiden win at Grants Pass in June, as he won first off the layoff there, John. And, you know, he's had some nice string of races in Oregon on the fair circuit, and just did run 3rd here at Emerald Downs. It was 3rd of 4, so he's looking to break through at this track.
Yeah, as you mentioned, he's had 7 wins down in Oregon and 7 thirds and seconds, but at Emerald, he's kind of got 2 non-threatening thirds and a non-effort back last year. And last race, he was a little wide on a day where I thought the inside was the place to be, so he has a bit of an excuse that day. He gets claimed by a barn that does very well with newly claimed horses, does draw the rail, has good tactical speed. He's going to have to improve, but you know, you're going to get 5 or 6 to 1 on that. We'll see if that scenario happens for him.
Leading rider Silvio Amador aboard, Lord of Light. Amador for trainer George Rosales after a recent claim. Lord of Light, Kentucky bred by Lord Nelson. Again, 7 career victories, and most of them less than today's distance of 6 furlongs, shorter distances. Number 2 is At the Cross. At the Cross, a 2-time winner, as this is a non-winner of 3 condition. And he did pick up his 2nd career victory here at Emerald Downs a little more than a month ago. Came back, you know, first start against non-winners of 3 was pretty good.
Yeah, in that race he was involved in a speed duel, and Cause for Divorce was right up there with them, was able to outfinish him late. But like you mentioned, it was a pretty good effort after a win against non-winners of 2-1 back. Now, he drops down in price, but it's actually, I could make an argument this is a little stronger field than the last one, but he's going in good form right now. He's going to be in the battle from the start to the finish. We'll see if he can get his 3rd lifetime win.
Yeah, came to Emerald Downs this year for the first time, did At the Cross. Terry Eaton, the trainer, Pablo Castillo, the jockey, and really 3 good efforts over this track in 4 starts. And the one when he didn't finish well, he did not get a good beginning in that race in June. Number 3 there, Caviar Cowboy, coming off a win after a year layoff.
Yeah, it was a good training job by the Velasquez barn there. He broke a step slowly, but just kind of powered right up into contention quickly and was able to outfinish Shiny Orb late. You know, that was not the strongest field, but he's had plenty of time to recover off of that effort. And any horse that can win off a 9 or 10, 11, 12-month layoff, you know, can improve off of that effort for sure.
Yeah, indeed. Okay, so this is about a month and a half later. Caviar Cowboy comes back after that first out victory. Number 4 on his toes nicely, Gentleman's Club. Lost his best chance at the start.
Yeah, he lost about 3 lengths right at the start there and still ran evenly for 5th. His race 1 back was a nice score. He took the lead mid-stretch there and was able to hold off Mo Gray at the end. That was a good field. It seems well placed here. He's got to get out of the gate cleanly. That should be a big help for sure.
Gentleman's Club, a winner 2 back from Off the Pace, son of Clubhouse Ride, trained by Francisco Rodriguez, Adrian Castellanos aboard. And there's number 5, Unianta, for trainer Howie Gibson. Talia Taimantois up, fresh off her victory aboard Ording Mist. Unianta, all pretty good races, John.
Yeah, this horse has done nothing wrong in her 5 5-race career. Last race, they went 21-2, 44-2. To give you perspective on that, Lord of Light, who ran the same day, the half mile was 45-2. So it was a full second faster. He held on. This is a little easier company today. If he breaks cleanly, you got to catch him.
And on the track right there, Simoncito coming off a win at 12-1.
Yeah, that race, he had the inside that day, and as I mentioned, the inside was the place to be. He's not maybe as quick as Oninata, but he drew outside, which gives his riders options. That was a game win, however.
Simoncito, that is, for Shelley Crow, coming off the victory, and Alex Cruz returns to ride 2 weeks later as we head to the track for race 5.
And the horses take the track for the 5th race today. The 5th race, a distance of 6 furlongs. A claiming event, purse of $9,500. It's for 3-year-olds and upward. The 5th race, the Burbage Neubauer purse. Post time coming up in less than 5 minutes. Number 6, Simoncito's been excused from the post parade.
Race number 5 at Emerald Downs. It's a sprint for 3-year-olds and upward. Claiming price $5,000. Another pick 4 starts right here, races 5 through 8. And by the way, the jackpot pick 6 starts in race number 6. And it'll be the final 6 races as usual for that jackpot pick 6. Let's head up to track announcer Tom Harris for his selection here in the 5th.
Thank you, Joe. This 5th race, I'm going to go to the 5, Anawanta, and Talia Timantaw right out of the winner's circle. Maybe she'll get a double here with Anawanta. This one checks in, steps back to a winnable level in this spot here today. Simoncito outside post, also a horse I think to keep an eye on. Solid effort in the last at the 2,500 level. And Gentleman's Club certainly looks to be a factor in this race. This one had a good race, couple of races back at the 6 furlong $5,000 level, then dropped to 35 and was off slow in that race, so obviously an excuse there. Comes back to what may be a better spot here today. 5, 6, and 4, my selections here in the 5th.
Number 5 on top, Oneonta, for trainer Howard Gibson, our leading trainer here, as we go into day number 39 at Emerald Downs this year. John Lindley.
I'm going to try the same horse. As we talked about, he ran the same day number 6 Semasoto ran, but his half mile was a full second faster, and he stuck around at the finish there. That was a pretty impressive race to me. If he gets out of the gate cleanly, I think he can open up on this field and not get caught. We'll see if that happens.
Okay, couple of votes for number 5, Oneonta. I'm going to go number 2, At the Cross. I thought, a legitimate price angle here. 3 of his 4 starts here at Emerald Downs are good, strong efforts. A win in 2 seconds. In his other race where he was unplaced, he had an excuse. He can lay close to the pace, gets a little weight break on form. I'm on the 2, John and Tom on the 5 in race 5.
And the horses have reached the starting gate. Post time for the 5th. The field set to load for the 5th race. Burbage Neubauer Purse at 6 furlongs, and Lord of Light settled away. Here comes Caviar Cowboy up to the mark. Those are the first 2 in. Now Gentlemen's Club to join them. On a 1-1 from the outside. Simon Cito outside post. At the Cross is standing by. Simon Cito goes to join them. One off the rail is At the Cross. Right in. All set. And runners away. Good start for Lord of Light from the inside, but it's going to be Onawan to go straight to the front here. These 2 match up in the immediate going. Simon Cito racing on 3rd by a half. Caviar Cowboy is next, tucked away at the inside. 2.5 clear of Gentlemen's Club, and At the Cross, there's 6 front to back with a half mile to go. 22:34 the first fraction. Lord of Light is at the inside. Oneonta from the outside. There's stride for stride, and 2 clear of Caviar Cowboy, racing 3rd by a length and a half. Simon Cito follows. At the Cross begins to stir at the rail, and Gentlemen's Club now just a quarter mile remains as they run to the top of the stretch. Oneonta from the outside comes to the lead now. Lord of Light chasing from the rail as they round the turn and run for home. It's Oneonta stretching out by 3 now. Lord of Light in pursuit. Caviar Cowboy back in 3rd, 100 yards away, and it's all Oneonta. Oneonta's home in front by a half dozen. Lord of Light second, close on the show, but it looks like At the Cross edging into that from Gentlemen's Club, Caviar Cowboy, and Simon Cito. Running time of the race, 1:09 and 23 100ths. Your attention, Trainer Diego Guerrero. Contact the claims clerk, please. Trainer Diego Guerrero. Contact the claims clerk, please. Into the Michelob Ultra Winner's Circle, it's Anawanta. Owned by Chad and Josh and Howie Gibson, trained by Howie Gibson. Back-to-back scores and a riding double for Talia Timantois. Anawanta's a 3-year-old chestnut gelding by Accelerate from Madame Marini. She was sired by Marino Marini. Bred here in Washington by Chad Christensen. Here's a look at the prices for the 5th race today. 5th race winner number 5 on Awanta. $4.50 on the win, $2.86 to place, $2.38 to show. Number 1, Lord of Light, was second, $4.54 to place, $3.24 to show. Number 2, At the Cross, third, $2.80 on the show ticket. Winning exacta, $10.04. Rolling double returns $20.50. The 50-cent trifecta, $17.98. 10-cent super, $7.74. And the pick 3, $88. Coming up, the 6th race today, the Muckleshoot Casino Resort Purse at 6 furlongs. Number 4, Shaughnessy, has been scratched. Scratch number 4, Shaughnessy. Post time for the 6th race, 4:28, 16 minutes until post time. And ladies and gentlemen, there was a claim in the 5th race today. The winner, number 5, Anawanta, was claimed by owner-trainer Diego Guerrero. Number 5, Anawanta, claimed from the 5th race. It's time to go trackside. Here's Joe Withy.
Thanks, Tom. Time for the $1,000 Lucky One Lemonade Horseshoe Toss. Yeah, it's on Saturdays this month, so make sure you sign up. Fill out that free entry blank when you come into the racetrack on Saturdays. And we've got our 3 contestants here, and we've got a shorter toss. We've got a great chance for a ringer today. Okay, yeah, concentrate. And Bailey Armour from First Bet is going to be our celebrity tosser. She is in to help sponsor championship weekend here at Emerald Downs. Bailey, step right up. I already asked you, you didn't want to talk too much about your horseshoe tossing past, but give our contestants an idea. Okay, it's right at it. Oh my gosh, just a little bit short. Good throw, Bailey. Thanks for being here this weekend for First Bet. And we've got 3 contestants with a chance for $1,000 today. I've got the first card here is Terry Brooks from, where's Terry Brooks from?
Burley, Washington.
Burley? Okay, where's Burley?
It's by Purdy.
By Purdy, okay. What do you got against Vern, Terry? Terry Brooks from Burley over by Purdy out on the peninsula. $1,000 for a ringer, Terry. Little flat-footed shot. Oh, man, that thing stuck on you. Good try, Terry. Audrey Petrie from Tacoma is next. Audrey, step right up. And again, there's $100 out there for a consolation prize. Let's see a good toss, Audrey. Waste no time. Gary, what'd you do? Dig that up there? I mean, we're not getting any bounce or roll today. It's not good. 25-foot throw. Our final contestant is Jennifer Chambers from Milton. Jennifer's got a rooting section. Let's go, Jennifer. $1,000 horseshoe toss. Jennifer Chambers, pretty good weight on that toss. I think you just got a $100 bonus for today by being closest to the stake without a ringer. Yeah, there's your C note, Jennifer. Hey, thanks to everybody for playing. We'll do this again next Saturday.
And race fans, here's an exclusive offer for Emerald Downs fans. Sign up for the all-new First Bet with code EMD550. That's EMD550, and receive a 100% match on your first deposit of up to $50. And that's not all. You'll earn a 10% rebate over your first 90 days up to $500. Paid in $10 increments for every $100 you bet. Download the First Bet app now and sign up with promo code EMD550 to start earning your bonus cash. And ladies and gentlemen, looking ahead to the sixth race today, the Muckleshoot Casino Resort Purse at 6 furlongs. Reminder that number 4, Shaughnessy's been scratched. Late rider change for that race. Number 5, Helen Gone. Make the jockey Alex Anaya. Alex Anaya to ride number 5, Helen Gone, in the sixth race. Post time on the board at 4:28. And ladies and gentlemen, in the upcoming sixth race for number 5, Helen Gone, once again make the jockey Alex Anaya at the corrected weight of 121 pounds plus 1 pound over. 121, the corrected weight, 1 over for number 5, Helen Gone, the jockey now Alex Anaya.
Yes, this is the Muckleshoot Casino Resort Purse to start the 10-cent jackpot pick 6. Races 6 through 11, 10-cent wager. Gets you 1 horse per race in the jackpot pick 6. It's a maiden special weight as we're looking at Melodus Sonnet. Melodus Sonnet by Sky Mesa. We've seen her for 3 starts at the meeting. Her most recent race is her best.
Yeah, it comes off a nice even third against Maiden Special Weight Company. Only a couple lengths back of who was probably going to be the favorite in this race, number 4, before the scratch there. And it was an improved effort. You know, normally you're going to have to improve a little more to win this race. However, we're at later in the year and a couple first-timers and such. But she does draw the rail, which is always positive. We'll see if she can improve off that third.
Yeah, a couple first-timers. There's one of them, De Belfiore by Conveyance, who's had just a great season with his sons and daughters that are first-time starters. De Bern won a good class maiden race here at Emerald Downs during her career, the dam of De Belfiore, and she has produced 2 winners from 3 previous starters, including De Smoke. And we are heading out to the track. Number 3, Waiting on Karen's also a firster by Outlash, an Unbridled Song Stallion. And Helen Gone, of course, with Alex Anaya aboard, the 5 with Anaya. Don't Kiss, or Kiss Don't Tell. Magic Jewel looks like she might be bet down a little bit, John.
Yeah, and she had some trouble last race at the start. Her race 1 back. She forced her stablemate, Empirical, to go 21-1, 44-1. Anything like that effort would be tough to beat here.
Kay Cooper has had several maiden victories at this meeting. She's in charge of Magic Jewel here in race 6 as we head to the track.
Horses are on the track for the sixth race today. The Muckleshoot Casino Resort Purse at 6 furlongs. A maiden special weight event, purse of $23,000. It's for maiden fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. Reminder that number 4, Shaughnessy, has been scratched. And note the rider change for number 5, Helen Gahn, her pilot now Alex Anaya. Post time in less than 5 minutes.
Race number 6 at Emerald Downs, 3-year-olds and up, maidens, fillies, and mares, looking for a first career victory. It's a maiden race, 6-furlong sprint. Start the 10-cent jackpot, pick 6, scratch number 4. 4 is out. Number 5 has a rider change, Alex Anaya aboard. Number 5, Helen Gahn. Up to Tom for his selection.
Well, Joe, in this one, we'll look to number 2, a first-time starter, De Belfiore, who checks in with solid workouts for the first asking here for trainer Ann Wisdom, fresh off that August 1st bullet gate work of 59 flat for 5 furlongs. So a nice workout regiment. I'm going to go with the first-timer here, De Belfiore, to take it. Waiting on Karen, also a first-time starter. How about a first-time starter exacta, perhaps? Okay. Waiting on Karen, Blake Dunley. Here's another one that checks in with a really nice bullet work for a half mile, 46 and change away from the gate. Magic Jewel on the outside has 3 starts under the belt. I'll use that one in the top 3 coming into this one. So Magic Jewel showing flashes of speed and certainly finds a pretty good spot here. But the first-time starters, let's see if they shine in the afternoon. 2, 3, and 7 for me in the 6th.
Very good. Number 2 on top, De Belfiore. I'll just stay on that tack right now as John and Tom came up with the 5th race winner, Oneonta. I'm going to go with the 2 as Tom did, De Belfiore. Conveyance, again, just outstanding with his runners all through the season, especially first-time starter winners. DeBern was a good class winner herself and has produced De Smoke. So let's give De Belfiore a chance to be good right off the bat for trainer Ann Wisdom. Tom and I on the 2. Who do you like, John?
I'm going to go on a second-time starter, and that's horse number 5, Helen Gahn. I know she didn't show much at all in that debut, but in that race, I had her breaking a couple lengths slowly and racing wide. She was in the 1 hole. She has every right to improve off of that race. Draws middle of the pack today. Hopefully, she'll break cleanly. Rise-ups tend to have some speed, so I expect her to be up near the lead today. We'll see if that's the case.
Yeah, Rise Up, the sire. Kate wins a lot. A Portland Meadows Stakes winner. The Dam. And not a great start from the 1 hole. Certainly a chance for Helen Gahn for some second out improvement. Tom's is on the 2, so am I. John's on the 5 here in the 6th.
And the horses have reached the starting gate. Post time for the 6th. The field set to load for the 6th race, the Muckleshoot Casino Resort Purse, and the first one to go up, Millidoo Sonnet, to the inside post position. De Belfiore right alongside. Waiting on Karen, the gray steps up. Now comes Helen Gone. Kiss Don't Tell, one from the outside. Magic Jewel, last one. Now they're in. And runners away. Magic Jewel off well from the outside, met quickly by De Belfiore. The first-timers right there alertly away. Kiss Don't Tell's into third next. There's a span of 3 at the rail. Millidoo Sonnet. On the go comes Helen Gone, racing third last, and a span of 3 back to Waiting on Karen, less than a half mile away. 21.76, blazing early fraction here as they take it into the far turn, and Magic Jewel is on the lead by 2. De Belfiore right behind. There's a gap of 5 back to Kiss Don't Tell. Then Helen Gone follows that. They've a quarter mile to go as they run to the top of the stretch. Magic Jewel leads them to the top of the lane. De Belfiore is chasing second. Helen Gone continues to gain up from the outside. They straighten away for the final furlong. Magic Jewel continues to kick on. De Belfiore racing next, but it's all Magic Jewel, and Magic Jewel will come home to graduate by 4. De Belfiore, the runner-up, then Millidoo Sonnet, followed to Helen Gone, Kiss Don't Tell, and Waiting on Karen. Running time of the race, 1:10 and 73/100. Unofficial order of finish appears on the totalizator board for the 6th race today. Finishing first, it was number 7, Magic Jewel. Second was number 2, De Belfiore. Third, number 1, Millidoo Sonnet. And fourth, number 5, Helen Gone. Running time of the race once again, 1:10 and 73/100. Results are now official. Sixth race today, the Muckleshoot Casino Resort Purse, as we welcome the Corvette Club joining us for a day at the races. They brought the beautiful Corvettes out. They're joining us in the winner's circle. A special Emerald Downs welcome. Magic Jewel is a SIP maiden special weight and up bonus category earner, and takes a $2,500 big check home today in addition to the winner's share of the purse. Congratulations to the connections, Magic Jewel. Into the Michelob Ultra Winner's Circle, Magic Jewel, owned by Blue Ribbon Racing number 25. That's a training double for Kay Cooper. Score that a riding double for jockey Kevin Orozco. 3-year-old Bay Filly by Hit It a Bomb from Magical Spell. She was sired by Include. Magic Jewel was bred here in Washington by Mr. and Mrs. Frederick L. Pabst. Here's a look at the prices for the 6th race today. Winner number 7, Magic Jewel, $540 on the win ticket, $284 and $244 on the place and show. Number 2, De Belfiore, $294 to place, $274 to show. Number 1, Melody Sonnet, $346 to show. Winning Exacta, $7.83. Rolling double, $8.05. 50-cent trifecta, $10.73. 10-cent super, $7.10. Pick 3, $41.68. Coming up, the 7th race today. Today's 7th race, the Budweiser Purse at 1 mile. No changes in the 7th. Post time on the board at 4:56, 18 minutes until post time. Hey fans, we have one more dog day this season. That's right, on Sunday, August 23rd, Wiener Dogs and Wiener Wannabes get their turn to race on the Emerald Downs track. Post time's 1:50. It's presented by Pacifico. Get your tickets today at emeralddowns.com. And race fans, don't forget the permanently disabled Jockeys Fund table is set up today down by the Winner's Circle. All donations are greatly appreciated. They go to aid disabled race riders throughout North America. The Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund. Special welcome to Armando Rivera joining us here at Emerald Downs today. All donations, once again, can be made down by the Winner's Circle at the PDJF table, and your donations are greatly appreciated. Ladies and gentlemen, looking ahead to the 7th race today. For number 2, St. Elmo, a change of rider. Make his jockey Alyssa Morales at the corrected weight of 122 pounds. Alyssa Morales at 122, the corrected weight, to ride number 2, St. Elmo, in the 7th race.
For race number 7 at Emerald Downs, and standing with me here, little Long Acres Mile history, this family for sure. Kim Zarin, the daughter of Gene and Eugene Zarin, and Kim, boy, the Long Acres Mile stirs pretty good memories for you, I'm sure.
Yes, I worked at Long Acres for 4 years during the summer through college. And every summer we'd have race horses running, but Trooper was always the best.
Oh, I guess. Inaugural class of the Washington Hall of Fame, first horse to win 2 consecutive Long Acres Miles. The 1981 race was just monumental. He was defending champion. But Kim helped us out greatly in a Trooper 7 video that we did several years ago. You can go to YouTube, type in Emerald Downs Trooper 7, and Kim talked about working in the Paddock Club, and then she would take off work when Trooper 7 won and not be seen for a while. Well, he won all the time. How much work did you miss over those 2 years?
Well, I'd say I probably partied quite a bit, a lot. It was fun.
Yeah, it was. I mean, he was such a Washington legend. He came through under pressure. He tied the world record for speed. But, of course, 2 Long Acres Mile wins in a row can't be topped. And your father bred, owned, and trained him. You have to just be so proud of your dad.
Yes, I remember my father was riding him and breaking him on the farm and got bucked off, you know, and he was an engineer where he worked, and so this was kind of an experiment.
Yeah, he was fairly young into it, a really intelligent guy, Eugene Zarin, and boy, he found a mating, found some mares, and bred to table run, and Trooper 7, my gosh, undefeated as a 5-year-old, won every race, won the mile and the Governors the year before, was the state's top 3-year-old. He is just a complete Washington legend and so easy to remember. And your mother served as our honorary steward for the first mile here at Emerald Downs, 15 years after Trooper's win in 1981.
Yes, and I remember my mom really liked you a lot, Joe. So anyway, I'm appreciative of being able to go through all that, and it was a really great experience. I still have the farm, and it's still being maintained. So, yeah, thank you.
Wanna, Washington, where Trooper was born under a big tree, and he was actually buried there as well.
Yes, Trooper's buried there. Yes.
A Washington sire. Kim Zarin, part of a real important Washington family. Her father, the breeder, owner, and trainer of Trooper 7. We'll never forget him, Kim.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for stopping by. Kim Zarin, yeah, you can check out that video. The races are tremendous, and the story, Gary Bays is part of it. Of course, Gene Zarin Eugene Zarin went and found Gary Bays and said, you know, I've got a horse I'd like you to work. And Gary Bays worked him one time and said, this is a good horse.
He ended up being a very, very good horse. It's great to have you here today.
Yeah, Gary was aboard for both of those Long Acres Mile wins, part of his record 5. Let's talk about this 7th race, John, here at Emerald Downs. Yeah, thank you, Kim. 4-year-olds and up at a mile here in the 7th, and a really strong field in here. House of Lords is, he's right in there in line for a possible claimer of the meeting. Lucky Code's coming off a great win at today's distance, and there's others. My Vino started the meet very strongly in sprints, and he can run a mile. Jose Navarro and Alex Cruz team up there. St. Elmo is a second off the bench horse, number 2 for Mike Puig.
Yeah, he ran some big races at Prairie Meadows. Looks like they got a prep race into him here. He'd been off a long time prior to that race, almost a year. He has every right to improve going to a route. We'll see if he shows a little more speed, too.
Yeah, the 2 turns could be key for him. It was his better distance in his previous races. St. Elmo with Pablo Castillo and lightweight. I'm Noble, generally from a little bit off the pace. Counteract ran a big race at a mile last time out for trainer Dan Markle.
Yeah, that was a super strong field for 20,000. They ran 136 and 2 there, and he was wide on the second turn. If he can save some ground, he can definitely improve off that 4th place.
And Wood Ceiling is a proven route horse, the number 5.
Yeah, I think you can throw his last race out. He was just super wide on the first turn. His race 1 back was a big edge to Afjan, who's a pretty tough horse.
Yeah, Afjan in that tough starter allowance tomorrow. House of Lords, the morning line favorite, deservedly so.
Yeah, 3 wins, and they're all super game wins. He beat Benny Buckets a couple times, but he beat Brother O'Brien, which nobody else has been able to do at this meet.
That's right. Brother O'Brien in the starter allowance tomorrow as well, along with Creative Ohm and Background. Castellanos aboard House of Lords, and Lucky Code with Kevin Krieger today for Scott Freeman. Lucky Code coming off an outstanding victory 2 weeks ago. Onto the track for the Budweiser Purse.
And the horses are on the track for the 7th race today. The Budweiser Purse at 1 mile. It's a claiming event, purse of $18,000 for 3-year-olds and upward. Reminder that number 2, St. Elmo, has a change of rider. His pilot now Alyssa Morales. Post time in less than 5 minutes.
Race 7 at Emerald Downs, and the 7th race starts our 50-cent pick 5 wager. And yeah, we are raising money for the PDJF today. We have a contribution point here right at the paddock. Of course, Ben at the winner's circle, and Connie Dahl at the table by the Newcomer Center, the gift shop, the customer service center on track level. Just a beautiful display, an auction going on there of some real unique pieces, all to contribute to the PDJF, the Permanently Disabled Jockey Fund. Please show your generosity today for that very worthy cause. And let's head up to Tom for his selection in this tough race at a mile.
It's a very competitive race, Joe. You're absolutely right. I'm going to give the nod to Wood Ceiling here. This one raced wide in the last outing, and I think comes back to a pretty good level here. A cleaner, tidier trip will help this one a lot, I think. So I'm going to go with Wood Ceiling, number 5 in this 7th race. St. Elmo picks up a new rider here. Alyssa Morales will be on board for that one. This horse comes to us from Canterbury Prairie Meadows. Prior to that, a couple of years ago, raced at Santa Anita. Does have the one start here. That was with the $15,000 bracket, and raced evenly without little variation in that 6.5 furlong run. But I do think that the mile will suit this horse a lot better. If you look at the past performance lines back in the Midwest, this horse was dominantly a mile runner, predominantly a mile runner. So St. Elmo, number 2, second selection here. House of Lords, third selection. We've seen good things from this horse this season, and just has a powerful closing kick to offer. 3-time winner on the meet, loves the distance, and morning line favorite at 9-5 opening up. 5, 2, and 6 the way I have it here in the 7th.
Tom goes with number 5, Wood Ceiling. He's a proven 2-turn horse. This is an outstanding field as we start the 50-cent pick 5. John Lindley.
You know, Conaract had a great year at Hastings last year, and he hasn't been able to put it together up to this point. But his last race, I think, was a little better than looks. That was a super strong field for the level, and he still ran a close 4th. I think if he can save a little ground today, he can turn the corner and get his first win at Emerald.
Okay, Counteract. Going 2 turns for the second consecutive race. Dan Markle, Frank Alvarado, currently at 2-1. And the dynamic morning line displayed on the screens and the tote board, or on the TV screens, the big screen. I'm going to go a third way. I know I was on Lucky Code last time, and he had his career best. He broke well from the rail and just dominated the race, but he's a good 2-turn horse. He does pick up weight. Gets Kevin Krieger today for Scott Freeman. I see him running another good race at this distance. So 3 opinions here. I'm on the 7. Tom's on the 5. John's on the 4 in the 7th.
And the horses have reached the starting gate. Post time for the 7th. Field set to line up for a mile in the Budweiser purse today. My Vino will head to the inside post position. St. Elmo and Alyssa Morales strolls to the gate. I'm Noble next one under the breakaway blanket. Of course, that'll come off when the gate doors open up. Little security blanket there, if you will. Counteract, looks it over. Frank Alvarado will step off of Counteract there, number 4 for the moment, as the gate crew will continue to work and get that one settled into the gate. Then jockey Alvarado will climb aboard once they get Counteract situated. Wood Ceiling standing by. Out comes Wood Ceiling. House of Lords. Lucky Code, last one. Emerald starter Mark Gibson will give them the check and send them on their way. Lucky Code up to the line. And runners away. Lucky Code takes off to the front. Wood Ceiling is right there. These two match up early on. I'm Noble is just back of the lead pair, and Counteract alongside of that as they make the sweep around the first turn. Stride for stride up front they go. Wood Ceiling, Lucky Code, those two going at it. Then I'm Noble's back in third by a length and a half. Counteract follows that. 2.5 to My Vino and St. Elmo alongside. House of Lords up to the outside, 3 off the rail, the trailer with 5/8 of a mile to journey. 23.19 opening fraction. Wood Ceiling at the inside, just in front. Lucky Code is there from the outside. I'm Noble's a closer third as they continue their run for the far turn. Counteract a snug fourth. Still 2 back to House of Lords, stirring from third last. My Vino and St. Elmo, and around the turn they go. 46.37 on the half, and Wood Ceiling just in front of Lucky Code as they headed midway round the turn. On the inside, Wood Ceiling just a nose in front. From between horses, Lucky Code is right there. And on the outside, Counteract is making a run now. I'm Noble also swings to the outside as they straighten away for the final furlong. Counteract takes the lead now. It's Counteract, but on the outside, I'm Noble now surging ahead. I'm Noble, House of Lords rolling late, but I'm Noble pulling away. I'm Noble to win it a length and a half from Counteract. House of Lords finishing third. Lucky Code to Wood Ceiling, My Vino and St. Elmo. Time for the mile, 1:36 and 41 100ths. Order of finish on the board official. Winner number 3, I'm Noble. Second was number 4, Counteract. Third came number 6, House of Lords. Fourth number 7, Lucky Code. Time for the mile once again, 1:36 and 41 100ths. The 7th race today was the Budweiser Purse. Once again, results official. Into the Michelob Ultra Winner's Circle, I'm Noble. Owned by Rusty George Warwick. Trained by Joe Toy. On board for the winning ride, Silvio Amador. I'm Noble, a 6-year-old bay gelding by Noble Mission. From Maglianella, she was sired by Stephanotis. Bred in Kentucky by Glenn Todd. Here's a look at the prices for the 7th race. Winner number 3, I'm Noble, $14.10 to win, $6.68 to place, $3.70 on the show. Number 4, Counteract, $3.26 to place, $2.30 to show. Third number 6, House of Lords, $2.70 on the show ticket. Winning exacta $19.86. The rolling double $22.64. 50-cent trifecta $29.84. 10-cent super $28.31. Pick 3 $35.85. Winning pick 4 $256.04. Coming up, the 8th race, it's the Michelob Ultra Purse at a mile. Number 4, Sunglasses, will race with blinkers on number 4. Post time for the 8th race at 5:24. 18 minutes until post time. And race fans, time for the Valpak Jockey of the Week award. In addition to riding 4 winners last week, jockey Kevin Krieger showed superior horsemanship to assist the outrider in capturing a loose horse after winning Saturday's 10th race atop Bella Chow Chow. A tip of the hat to jockey Kevin Krieger, our Valpak Jockey of the Week. And time for the WTBOA Warbred of the Week award. Bred by Gene Harris's Clemens View Farm, Conrad Meadows became a 3-time winner at the meet last Sunday, romping home by over 9 lengths in a time of 1:15 and 51/100ths for the 6.5 furlong run. By Attaboy Roy out of Goose Prairie, Conrad Meadows is one of only 11 3-time winners this season. Congratulations to the connections of Conrad Meadows, our Warbred of the Week.
Paddock time for race number 8 here at Emerald Downs on 11 race card today. We've got two quarter horse stakes coming up, our traditional quarter horse championship events, the Emerald Downs AQA Championship Challenge and the John Deere Juvenile Championship is race number 11. They're part of all the late multi-race wagers. And speaking of those, Bailey Armour from First Bet is here again this weekend. Championship Sunday. First Bet, a presenting sponsor of the Long Acres Mile. Thank you so much for your attention to our big race, Bailey, and didn't take you much convincing to come back to Emerald Downs this year.
No, definitely not. I first saw Emerald on the simulcast feed probably 6-7 years ago with the mountain in the background, and how could you not love this incredible venue here? So when we got word that we were sponsoring the races last year, I was like first on the plane to come out here. I had a phenomenal weekend and have had this stamped on my calendar all year. It is one of the weekends I look forward to the most, and I'm so glad to be here back on site.
Those are nice words for us to hear. Bailey with First Bet, and First Bet has some offers around our racing this weekend. Let's hear about those.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a special sign-up offer this weekend. You guys can sign up with the code EMD550. You'll probably hear it on the simulcast feed, and it's in your program as well. Some special deposit match offers, and then an extra rebate bonus baked into that one for you. So we've got a table. I'm hearing it's going to be near the Peach Cobbler tomorrow. So if you find the Peach Cobbler, you will not find me far from there. And then in addition to that, we've got 2 retail promotions available on ExpressBet and FirstBet. A 3 million first rewards points hit and split on 3 select pools tomorrow. The early pick 4, the all stakes pick 4, ending in the Long Acres Mile races 6 through 9, and then the late pick 4 will come with a 1 million first rewards points bonus. You can exchange those for wagering credits. We just did one this past Wednesday where folks got an extra $25 in free money to play, essentially. All you got to do is opt in and hopefully hit those wagers.
Beautiful. You had the information down. It was a lot. And if you want to look at the website or our program, it'll have more information as well, right? And you can go over it a little more slowly because you had that down so perfectly that a lot of multi-race wagers around the mile in our stakes tomorrow, and benefits for First Bet customers. And, of course, it's always free to sign up.
Yeah, absolutely. Completely free to sign up. We can help you get that account set up right at the table. We've got a giant backdrop and some very friendly customer service reps here alongside with myself. We are so excited to get you signed up, so excited to be here and have a wonderful Long Acres Mile Day tomorrow.
That is great. Bailey Armour from First Bet. Their table is right up by the customer service center on track level and by the very popular Peach Cobbler tomorrow here on Mile Day. Bailey, great to see you, and we'll meet again tomorrow.
Thank you so much. We sure will.
Bailey Armour from First Bet as we come up on race number 8 here at Emerald Downs. Fillies and Mares going a mile. Platinum Diva, morning line favorite, headed to the track first, and she's on good form, John Lindley.
Yeah, the George Rosales barn has 2 in here. Platinum Diva, who comes off a nice score, draws that rail, and of course St. Mihiel, they just claimed, who was in a battle all the way around the racetrack last time and ran a good second.
Okay, Fillies and Mares at a mile in the Michelob Ultra Purse. This is the start of our 50-cent. Last pick 4 of the day includes both those quarter horse stakes races, which are 10 and 11. To the track for the 8th.
Horses are on the track for the 8th race today. The 8th race, the Michelob Ultra Purse at 1 mile. claiming event purse of $12,000. It's for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and upward. Reminder that number 4, Sunglasses, races with blinkers on. Number 3, Roses Are Blue, has blinkers on currently. However, they will be removed once she is situated in the starting gate. Post time coming up in 5 minutes.
Race number 8 at 1 mile. Fillies and mares, a field of 8 in the 8th. We're going to start our 50-cent late pick 4 right here. And a good handicapping test. Let's head up to Tom.
Yeah, we've had a few of those today, haven't we, Joe?
Yeah, we did. I'm Noble, 6-1 last race. None of us were on him, but he won convincingly. Give him his credit.
Absolutely. Well, as we turn the page here to the 8th, Joe, I'm going to go with Hakuya, the 2-horse. Adds a little bit of real estate here after closing efforts at shorter distance, 6 and 6.5. Kind of got into the race a little late there in those last couple. And I think the extra distance will be a plus here for Hakuya, number 2. Then Platinum Diva on the inside gets a lot of attention after that last race. Around 2 turns, it was a very impressive victory. She does step up a notch from claiming 35 into the 5,000 bracket, but she gains the benefit of the inside post, and she can stay fairly close to the pace, but she's a threatful sort. On the outside, number 8, Viewer's Discretion, rounds out my top 3 here. This one just right off of the class drop coming into this race. Alex Cruz will do the guiding, and currently a long shot at 16-1. 2, 1, and 8, my selections here in the 8th.
Okay, 2, 1, and 8. A couple of prices in there among your top 3. Hakuya, Tom's top pick. Frank Alvarado for Steve Fisher. John.
Yeah, as you mentioned, this is a great betting race. I'm going to try number 7, St. Mihail. Last race, she was in battle every step of the way, but Ginger in Charge, who has several wins this year, was able to beat her. But she's 1-for-1 routing down at Santa Anita was her only route, and she won for 25 non-winners at 2. Now, I know this is her third race in a month, but I think if she breaks cleanly, she might be able to outsprint Zippin Sevens for the lead, and if she does, she might not get caught.
Okay, I did put her in my top 2. I did put Zippin Sevens on top, who didn't fire all that well at all in her recent sprint race, but she drops in class in her 2-turn races at Emerald Downs last year, Turf Paradise over the off season for us. We're good. Frank Lucarelli's had her in his barn for a couple years now. Knows her well. He's dropping her down a little bit. I'll put her on top. I'm on the 6, John's on the 7, Tom's on the 2 in race 8.
And the horses have reached the starting gate. Post time for the 8th race, Michelob Ultra Purse at a mile. Starter Mark Gibson gets Roses Are Blue backed into the gate. She can be a handful. They'll take the blinkers off now that she's situated in the gate. Platinum Diva inside post. Zippin' 7 standing by to load. Sunglasses to join them. Nan Elizabeth right in. St. Miel, one from the outside. Akuya next one. Viewer's discretion goes on up. Last one to load Akuya, one off the rail. And runners away. Good start for Platinum Diva from the inside. Zippin' 7, St. Miel, and Viewer's Discretion quickly away as they make the sweep round the first turn. And from the inside, it's Zippin' 7s to set the tempo here and go on and lead it by a length and a half. St. Miel is tracking second. Viewers' discretion holding third the outside. Platinum Diva with a ground-saving trip at the rail. Then comes Sunglasses, mid-pack up to the outside, still 2.5 to Akuya. Nan Elizabeth directly alongside of that. Gap of 7 to Roses Are Blue. Midway up the backstretch they go. Zippin' Sevens brings them along first quarter 23-21. They've a half mile to go now, 46-42 on the half, and Zippin' Sevens continues to lay down the terms here and leads it by 2. From the inside, Platinum Diva. Back on is St. Miel from the outside. The top 3 tightly knit now, span of 5 to Akuya beginning to stir. Viewers' discretion outside of that in Nan Elizabeth. They run to the top of the stretch, quarter mile away, and on the inside, Zippin' Sevens just in front, but there goes Platinum Diva on the attack now as they straighten way down the stretch, and St. Miel is driving hard on the inside. St. Miel opening up 2 on Platinum Diva, 70 yards away, and St. Miel goes on to win it clear, 2 at the line. Platinum Diva second, Zippin' Sevens followed to Roses Are Blue, Akuya next. Viewers' discretion, Nan Elizabeth and Sunglasses. Time of the race, 1:36 and 57 100ths. Your attention, trainers Alexis Silva Martinez, Joe Toy, and Mary Tate. Contact the claims clerk, please. Unofficial order of finish appears on the totalizator board. First it was number 7, St. Miel. Second came number 1, Platinum Diva. Third, number 6, Zippin' Sevens. And fourth, number 3, Roses Are Blue. Time for the mile, 1:36 and 57 100ths. 8th race today, the Michelob Ultra Purse. Results are official. Into the Michelob Ultra Winners Circle, it's St. Miel. Owned by Gene Heredia, Elucid Flores Sandoval, and Eliana Thompson. The winning trainers, Jorge Rosales and Silvio Amador with a double today. St. Miel, 4-year-old, dark bear, brown filly by Army Mule. From Dano Reality, she was sired by Include. Bred in Kentucky by Jay Goodwin, Tyler Touche, and Rick Smith. Here's a look at the prices for the 8th race. Number 7, St. Miel, $432 on the win ticket, $282 to place, $220 to show. Number 1, Platinum Diva, $296 and $228. Third, number 6, Zippin' Sevens, $288 to show. The Exacta, $5.32. Rolling double, $31.57. 50-cent trifecta returns $7.32. 10-cent super, $10.28. The pick 3, $28.80. Here's a look at the pick 4. It's $69.36. And tip of the hat to jockey Silvio Amador. He had 3 wins working today, so a triple so far for jockey Silvio Amador. We did have 2 claims in the 8th race. Number 6, Zippin' Sevens, was claimed. The new owner, Eliana Thompson, the new trainer, Jorge Rosales. Number 6, Zippin' Sevens, claimed out of the 8th. Also claimed was the winner, number 7, St. Miel. The new owners, David Silva Torres, Tristan Thomas, and Alexis Silva Martinez. The new trainer, Alexis Silva Martinez. Number 7, St. Miel, was claimed out of the 8th race. Looking ahead to the 9th race today, it's a distance of 1 mile. The Explore Auburn Purse. Number 1, Winds of Freedom, will race with blinkers on. Blinkers on, number 1. Number 7, Tangled Up in Gray, has been scratched. Scratch, number 7, Tangled Up in Gray. Post time for the 9th race. On the board at 5:53, 15 minutes until post time. Race Fans Championship Sunday is tomorrow. It's presented by First Bet. The day features 6 stakes races, including the 91st running of the $125,000 Long Acres Mile. Post time's 1:50, gates open at 11:30. Come early for the Railbird Rally in the park from noon to 1. Championship Sunday tomorrow.
coming up on race number 9 at Emerald Downs, 4-year-olds and up at the 1 mile distance. And this will be the start of our last pick 3. This race, and followed by the 2 quarter horse stakes races on the calendar every year. The 10th race for 4-year-olds and up, the AQHA Emerald Downs Championship Challenge. The 11th race for 2-year-olds, the John Deere Emerald Downs Juvenile Challenge. 9th race first, and Winds of Freedom has that one post at the flat mile with a little tactical speed, so good place to start right there, John Lindley.
Yeah, I'd say he has a little more than tactical speed. He has actually gotten involved in some pretty hot paces. 44-2 last race, 44-1 the race before, and he expectedly tired in both, even though he was favored. I think this pace scenario did him in, and today, as you've already hit it, he drew the 1 hole. He's going to a route, and looks like he has control of this race from the start. We'll see if he can route. I tried to look up all his races. I don't think he's routed up to this point in his career, but we've seen a few horses go to the route for the first time, especially in the second race when one Phil decided, I've been wanting to route my whole life. We'll see if that's the case with this horse.
Yeah, one Phil with a very fast time, his first 2-turn race. Winds of Freedom stretches out for Jamie Cruz. Blinkers on as well. After a recent claim, now in the barn of Jamie Cruz, Alex Cruz aboard. There he is, a 4-year-old son of Stanford, 3 career wins. And he's looking for his first win at Emerald Downs. Just 3 races up here this summer. Number 2, You're the Cause. There's a horse that got his pace in front of him and made his stretch kick that we saw a few years ago several times.
Yeah, up to his last race, he hadn't really shown too much, but last race he was getting bet, and I think they knew something, and the fact is they went 22-1, 45 flat, and as you mentioned, he got that hot pace. But this horse has beaten much better in the past. Maybe he just needed to get that win, and he should get a good pace to run at today. Wouldn't be a surprise at all to see him win 2 straight.
There's the veteran, You're the Cause, trained by Debbie Van Horn for several years. Javier Matias has been his top jockey over the years and his winning jockey 3 weeks ago. You're the Cause followed scratch number 3. Those of you that are daily racing form, JB Books is number 3 in the form. He's out. And number 4 is Drive Train. Drive Train is a miler, and he's a stretch runner, but he has been driving into contention recently.
Yeah, he's actually a really consistent horse. He's run 3rd 3 times and a win. The day he got the win, he actually had no pace to run at all. And you'd think his chances were slim, but he was able to outfinish him late. Last race, he was behind You're the Cause. He did get that hot pace to run at. And this is a little tougher spot. I know he's consistent and all, but trying to get him to win might be tough, but he always tries.
Frank Alvarado returns to ride for Scott Tubbs. El Joy came back quickly a week, still ran well versus You're the Cause.
Yeah, he tracked that hot pace, took the lead, but wasn't able to hold off You're the Cause. A little slower pace scenario might help him, but he's been impressive in all 3 of his routes this year.
Yeah, El Joy from George Rosales. Silvio Amador, Cause for Divorce, heads to the track. He has won a couple of sprints at the meeting. He does have a second in a route race. Alan Bozell runner. And Lil Richards Bello, the number 7 is out. 7 is scratched. Number 8, Lil Richards Bello on the outside for Francisco Rodriguez. His second start over this oval on a drop in class, to the track for the 9th.
And the horses are on the track for the 9th race today. It's the Explore Auburn purse at 1 mile. Claiming event purse of $13,000 for 3-year-olds and upward. Reminder that number 1, Winds of Freedom, will race with blinkers on number 1. Number 7, Tangled Up in Gray, has been scratched. Number 3, JB Books, was scratched earlier. Post time coming up in 5 minutes.
Race number 9 at Emerald Downs. Races 9, 10, 11 coming up. The final pick 3, and again, 12% takeout on the pick 3s. And keep in mind before you leave the PDJF, the Permanently Disabled Jockey Fund. There are bins at both the winner's circle, the paddock, and of course the display on track level by the gift shop and the customer service center. Connie Dahl there with some very unique items to bid on to help the PDJF. So the 9th race is upon us. It's at a mile. Older horses. Let's hear from Tom Harris.
Well, Joe, I'm going to go to the outside with Little Richard's Bello here and Adrian Castellanos. This one steps in after an improved effort the last time out. So perhaps on the improve now is Little Richard's Bello, number 8. That'll be my top pick here. Cause for Divorce, number 6, second selection. Flexible sort, can stay close to the lead pace or come from off of it. I would imagine that this one would be more effective from off based on the races that we've seen, but either way, he looms a threat here. Number 4, Drivetrain is a late running threat also. I go 8, 6, and 4 here in the 9th.
Okay, Little Richard's Bellow, certainly an interesting horse on the drop-in class with passed in Southern Cal and showing speed in his Emerald Downs debut 3 weeks ago. John was on St. Mihiel, runaway winner in the 8th race, so good scoping out there.
Yeah, I'm going to try the one-horse routing, which I haven't been able to do today, but this is the first time. Winds of Freedom, as we talked, set some blistering fractions the last 2 races. And then if you go back to the May 23rd race, he ran 3rd to Chuckanut Bay and Capit Daddy, which was a big effort. Now, I know he's not been the same horse since then, but he's fresh. He's coming off a 5-week layoff. He draws the rail. He's bred to get a mile, and I think he can control the pace from the start to the finish. We'll see if that's the case.
Winds of Freedom to win this one. In his first try at a mile, Alex Cruz aboard. And I'm going to go a third direction. El Joy came back in a week and ran second to You're the Cause. A really good effort. He has a route win at the meeting as well. On or off the pace, El Joy for me, number 5. So I'm on the 5, Tom's on the 8, John's on the 1 here in the 9th.
And the horses have reached the starting gate. Post time for the 9th. 9th race, the Explore Auburn Purse at a mile. Winds of Freedom, first one to go up. Now comes You're the Cause. Drivetrain looks it over. Strolls to the gate. El Joy to follow. Cause for Divorce. The gray standing by now heads to the mark. Little Richard's Bello will take position on the outside. And the 9th. Starter Mark Gibson will send them on their way. And runners away. Good start for Cause for Divorce, but it's Winds of Freedom who goes right to the lead here. Winds of Freedom will lead the way as they make the sweep round the first turn. Winds of Freedom clear by a length on the outside. Cause for Divorce is racing second by a length and a half. El Joy is settled into stride third by 2. Then Little Richard's Bello follows in fourth, gap of 4. Back to You're the Cause and Drivetrain content to trail. They head up for the backstretch run. 23:40 opening fraction is Winds of Freedom. Leads the way 3 parts of a length. Cause for Divorce going to force the issue from the inside. El Joy is right behind. Little Richard's Bellow closing ground up on the outside as they race on for the far turn, less than a half mile away. And Winds of Freedom comes to the lead now by a length and a quarter. Once again, Alex Cruz opens up the reins on Winds of Freedom. That one clear by 2 now. Little Richard's Bellow on the outside is chasing second to El Joy and Cause for Divorce. With a quarter mile to go, they run to the top of the stretch. Winds of Freedom leads them to the top of the lane. Little Richard's Bellow right behind from the outside. They round the turn and run for home. Winds of Freedom digs in. Little Richard's Bellow is on the attack. El Joy back third. Deep stretch they come. Little Richard's Bellow. Here comes El Joy though. Rallying from the outside. Winds of Freedom fights back bravely at the rail, but El Joy's coming on with every stride. El Joy to win it. Winds of Freedom on the inside to Little Richard's Bellow. You're the Cause, Cause for Divorce, and Drivetrain. Time for the mile, 1:36 and 46 100ths. First place finisher appears on the totalizator board, finishing first number 5, El Joy. Photo for the place position. Once again, the running time was 1:36 and 46 100seconds. Photo shows number 1, Winds of Freedom, finishing second. Number 8, Little Richard's Bellow, was third. Fourth came number 2, You're the Cause. Once again, the 9th race was the Explore Auburn Purse. Results official into the Michelob Ultra winner's circle. It's El Joy. He's owned by Tabawada Racing Stables LLC, trained by Jorge Rosales. That's 2 on the day, and score that 4 wins for jockey Silvio Amador. El Joy, a 8-year-old dark mare, brown gelding, by Kitten's Joy from Bluegrass Music. She was sired by Bluegrass Cat. Bred in Kentucky by Ken and Sarah Ramsey. And a look at the prices for the 9th race winner, number 5, El Joy. $562 to win, $282 to place, $254 to show. Number 1, Winds of Freedom, second, $320 and $312 on the place and show. Number 8, Little Richard's Bellow, $4.24 to show. Winning Exacta, $8.88. The Rolling Double, $6.95. 50-cent Trifecta, $20.73. 10-cent Super, $17.79. Winning Pick 3, $30.13. And the Pick 4 returns $80.67. Coming up, the 10th race today, it's the AQHA Emerald Downs Championship Challenge at 440 yards. The Championship Challenge for 3-year-old and upward quarter horses that are eligible. Number 2, CM Mr. Boombastic will carry 1 pound over. Number 8, Lee 5T will carry 6 pounds over. Post time for the 10th race coming up at 6:19, 16 minutes until post time. Race fans, don't forget, tomorrow is Championship Sunday, presented by First Bet. The day features 6 stakes races, including the 91st running of the $125,000 Long Acres Mile. Post time's 1:50. Gates open at 11:30. Come early for the Railbird Rally in the park from noon to 1 p.m. Championship Sunday tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, looking ahead to the 11th and final race today, the John Deere Emerald Downs Juvenile Challenge. Number 1, Mysterious Hero, will carry 1 pound over. Number 2, Winterhawk Cartel, 2 pounds over. Number 4, Isa Diva, 2 pounds over. Number 5, One Fabulous Cartel, 2 pounds over. Those are overweights in the 11th race.
Race number 10 here at Emerald Downs is the AQA Emerald Downs Championship Challenge. $40,000 and 11 quarter horses to go 440 yards. And that is not the most common quarter horse distance, John. We see a lot of 350s, but for the championship here at Emerald Downs, 440.
Yeah, it's a great race we've had for several years in a row now. And if you don't know, a quarter horse, when they hit full speed, maybe 200 yards into the race, they're going about 50 miles an hour. The thoroughbred can go, low 40s at their top speed, but 50 miles an hour, imagine how fast that is for the riders.
Yeah, that is pretty incredible, and you can see how fast their feet and legs move during the race. And we've got 11 here. These are all 4-year-olds or older. Often there's fillies in against the boys in these races. The 11th and final race will be at 350 yards. That is for 2-year-olds, and that'll be a field of 12 in the John Deere Juvenile Challenge. Let's take a look at the field for this 10th race. Mr. Royal Cartel, I'm thinking some positive things on him, John. Trained by Jose Gomez, Jose Garcia Segura aboard, 4-year-old by the Cartel Hawk. And he is an Oregon bred and comes off that close third at Prineville. A closing third, more ground probably won't hurt him.
Last year he came here off a couple of Grants Pass races where he didn't do well, and then he got real good, as you mentioned, towards the end of last year. In fact, he went to Los Al and ran a close second in a claiming race. Prepped for this race last time with an improved effort in that stakes race at Prineville, and he's going to have to improve maybe threaten here, but he said, as you mentioned, he seems to be on the improve. He's going to be a good price, too.
Yeah, and he's got a good past. A lot of these quarter horses in this particular year haven't raced at Emerald Downs, and this one has. Number 1, Mr. Royal Cartel, has a win and a second from 3 tries. He won here as a 2-year-old, ran second in the 2-year-old championship. Mr. Boombastic. He can pass horses, which, you don't want to get in that mode too often in short races.
No, he comes off an even effort, and the race that, set him up for today, and you look through his past performance, he hasn't really beaten this type of horse in the past. He's another horse going to be a big price, but he is close by in a lot of those races.
Number 3, DC's Lady Dashin' Eagle. Hopefully Tom can get that out quickly because that's going to take up a good amount of the race. DC Ladies Dashin' Eagle is a 6-year-old Washington-bred gelding with 9 wins. He was in this race last year. It wasn't a big factor.
Well, Chocolata Boom Boom's not in here this year, so DC's Dashin' Eagle might be. But, this horse last time lost the right at the start, but he was 5-1 in that stakes race and had won the Director's Stakes at Grants Pass, one back, one of the main contenders.
Okay, and next is Mysterious Cartel, sired by 5 Bar Cartel. And 5 Bar Cartel, sired by that legend Corona Cartel, so a real good male line. And this horse, a 4-year-old, has won at 7 different tracks. He's making his Emerald Downs debut.
Yeah, as you were talking about his breeding, he's a Texas bred where, of course, they take their quarter horse racing seriously there. And he's won 4 straight races, Wyoming and Idaho and Albuquerque, clearly in super sharp form. Distance shouldn't be a problem, will be the favorite for good reason.
Yeah, his sheet is very, very impressive, trained by Jose Rosales. BD's Dalian Eagle is the next horse, number 5. This is a Wyoming bred. He ran in his first ever stakes race on July 19th. Wasn't a big factor there, and he'll be making his Emerald Downs debut. Dash for Zaley, a 4-year-old filly, an Oregon bred. Pretty solid sheet of past performances. She was in our juvenile challenge, John Deere Juvenile 2 years ago. It wasn't a big factor there, but 5 out of 6 in the money this year.
Yeah, she's done nothing wrong. You look at her form, she went to Los Alamitos just like we saw the one horse do and can be competitive there. If you're competitive at Los Al, you belong in this race. And as you've mentioned, she's right there every race.
Yep, good sheet for Dash for Zaley. Next is DeBrose Cartel by excuse me, I'll get that right. A lot of C's there. His name is DeBrose Cartel. His sire is Carter's Cartel, who's by that Corona Cartel, very famous male line. And he's got a lot of lifetime wins. He did run 3rd here at Emerald Downs in his only try at this track. He was in the big one last year and finished 7th, beaten 2 lengths.
Yeah, you look at his form recently, he was within a head of DC's Dalian Eagle, and then last race looks like the horse had trouble. I wasn't able to see the race, but looks like he had some trouble, and all of his other races are great. 2 wins in his second prior to that.
Yeah, many races with DC Ladies Dalian Eagle and Be a Freight Train, 2 of the top contenders in here. Moving on, a field of 11, Lee 5T is also from that Corona Cartel line and a good 4-year-old season so far.
He might come off that fastest race at Prineville in his last start in 13.30, and again, a horse that's always right there. He had won the race before in a good 3rd. We'll see if he can compete with these, but he's definitely a strong contender.
Trained by Mario Portillo. Dash to the Flash T, a 6-year-old Oregon bred. Ran here in 2024. Now, he's been off about 10 months, most recently seen at Grants Pass last fall, and he's had a number of races with the top contenders in here.
Yeah, not sure about the layoff, but he did win his last start, as you mentioned, and off a layoff a couple years ago, he ran a close 4th. That's a lot to do against horses that have been running. We'll see if he can pull off an upset. 7 wins in 21 starts.
Yeah, good mark there. And RTM Ginsburg is the next horse. Emerald Downs debut for an Idaho bred. A couple of wins last year, just 3 races this year. Has been in the mix, so to speak, looking for that first win and a breakthrough.
Yeah, you look at his last race was 610 yards. Race before that, he had trouble. He ran a very close second at a 440 ride race, and Idaho 3 back. That race would give him a big chance today.
And he has won at 440 yards, which a lot of these haven't. So 17-1 right now. Be a Freight Train on the outside for Mario Portillo with J.C. Guerrero aboard. 14 for 30 lifetime. He's 2 for 3 at Emerald Downs. He was odds on in this race in 2024 and didn't have stumbled that day, and his best race was taken away, but he did win the Juvenile Challenge here in 2022. Quite a career.
Yeah, he's had a great record. He comes off a race where he was favored, and he ran a good 3rd there. Now he draws the far outside, which I think actually is favorable at Emerald Downs. We'll see if that's the case, but either way, he's clearly a strong contender.
Yeah, a winner again this year at age 6. He won at Union and was a close 3rd at Grants Pass as the favorite in his most recent race. Be a Freight Train, currently at 8-1. Favorite on the board, not surprisingly at this point, is number 4, Mysterious, where's my program? What's his last name? Mysterious Cartel for Jose Rosales Gomez, Cesar Moreno aboard. A strong favorite indeed as we get ready to go to the track for the AQHA Emerald Downs Championship Challenge.
And ladies and gentlemen, here's the field for the $40,000 added AQHA Emerald Downs Championship Challenge at 440 yards. They're led by number 1, Mr. Royal Cartel, owned by Alberto Renteria and trained by Jose Gomez. Jose Garcia Segura is in the pedals. Number 2 is CM Mr. Boombastic from Roberto Herrera, the owner. Roberto Guzman, the trainer. Eric Garcia up. Number 3 is DC Ladies Dashing Eagle, racing for Donald Conway, trained by Hector Magianis, the pilot, Jake Samuels. Number 4 is Mysterious Cartel, owned by Luis Gonzalez, trained by Jose Gomez. In the irons, Cesar Moreno. Number 5, BDS Dalian Eagle, from BDS Performance Horses, trained by Skylar Green, the jockey Victor Dominguez. Number 6, Dash for Zaley, owned by Michelle Sanquino, trained by Hector Magianis. The rider is Kevin Orozco. Number 7, DeBrose Cartel, for Edwin Rosales, trained by Jose Gomez. The jockey Marcaso. Number 8, Lee 5T, owned by Hernan Torres, trained by Mario Portillo. Eric De Luna is the rider. Number 9, Dash to the Flash T, owned by Malin Cowgill, trained by Benito Curiel. In the saddle, Eric Arriaga. Number 10 is RTM Ginsberg from RTM Stables LLC, trained by Mark Hansen. In the pedals, Dakota Wood. Rounding out the field, number 11, be a freight train on the outside. Racing for Alberto Avila, trained by Mario Portillo and Jose Guerrero up. That's the field taking part in the AQHA Emerald Downs Championship Challenge at 440 yards.
Just minutes away from today's 10th race, the AQHA Emerald Downs Championship Challenge. First run here in 2011, and some outstanding entertainment provided by these quarter horses. There's 11 today. We do have a strong favorite in number 4, Mysterious Cartel, who's having just a tremendous year, 3 for 3 so far. 440 yards, a little bit different distance than many have been racing this year. Let's go up to Tom. He's going to call the race. Who do you like to win, Tom?
Well, Joe, this 440-yard quarter-mile contest, hence the name Quarter Horses. That's where it all came from. So I'm going to go to the horse that's likely favorite here and currently favored at 4-5. That's Mysterious Cartel, who's just been absolutely perfect in the last 4 starts at a variety of racing venues. Had a nice score to close out the season last year at the Downs of Albuquerque, winning the Grade 3 Derby Challenge down there. Just an awesome resume there for Mysterious Cartel. That's my top pick. CM Mr. Boombastic, second selection in this race. And this one coming into a spot where he's a long shot, but very capable sort. And then number 10, RTM Ginsberg, seems to shine bright at this distance of 400 to 440 yards, so maybe the distance will be good. What do you guys think?
Okay, yeah, you've got the 4 on top. I think we're going in that direction, but a couple interesting prices behind him. How do you see it, John?
By the way, nice pick on El Joy last race, and we made a nice stretch run there to get another win for that barn. You know, the Champions in Los Alamitos has been a race I've watched when Refrigerator won it 3 years in a row, and it's pretty cool to see these quarter horses. I'm glad they're here. Mysterious Cartel comes in here off 4 straight wins, and they seem to be dominating wins. When you win a quarter horse by a length and a half, you are dominating the field. So we'll see if he's as good as he looks. I think he might be.
He does look good with that current record. Did you have a second place pick?
Yeah, as I mentioned, that outside draw on the number 11 horse intrigues me there because we've watched a lot of quarter horse races at Emerald Downs, and being outside to his advantage, and that horse has done nothing wrong. As you mentioned, his record at Emerald's great.
Yeah, great career for 11. Be a Freight Train. I did go with the 4 as well. Mysterious Cartel, strong favorite. I thought the 1, Mr. Royal Cartel, throw out 2 back when he stumbled, and he could make a little bit of noise from that rail post position. But we're all on top with number 4, Mysterious Cartel.
All right, thank you, Joe and John Lindley, as we get set to load here for the 10th race. The AQHA Emerald Downs Championship Challenge, 440 yards as the field begins to line up for this one. 40,000 added for the 3-year-olds and upward. Mr. Royal Cartel inside post is settled away. CM Mr. Boombastic runs 1 off the rail. Dash for Zaley settled away to DeBrose Cartel and Lee 5T towards the outside. DC Ladies Dash and Eagle settled away, now joined by Mysterious Cartel. They've got Dash to the Flash T in the gate now. RTM Ginsburg, 1 from the outside. BDS Dalian Eagle, middle of the gate. Outside post, Be a Freight Train. Here we go in the championship. All in the gate. And runners away in the championship. Good start towards the inside. See Mr. Boombastic got off alertly. Middle of the racetrack comes Mysterious Cartel. And on the outside, Be a Freight Train's rolling late. Be a Freight Train on the outside's coming on strong. The race to the finish. Be a Freight Train. Mysterious Cartel, the runner-up, close on the show with DC's Dash and Eagle and RTM Ginsburg. Unofficial order of finish on the board. Finishing first, it was number 11, Be a Freight Train. Second came number 4, Mysterious Cartel. Third, number 10, RTM Ginsburg. And fourth, number 3, DC Ladies Dash and Eagle. Running time of the race, 21 and 82 100 seconds. Results official. And we welcome Armando Rivera to the winner's circle for the victory celebration here. Armando with the PDJF Fund. Special thanks for joining us here today, Armando. Into the Michelob Ultra Winners Circle, Bia Freight Train. Owned by Alberto Avila, trained by Mario Portillo. Jose Guerrero, the winning pilot. Bia Freight Train, a 6-year-old by Freight Train B from NBC. She was sired by a political Jess. Bred in Utah by Darian Burt. Here's a look at the prices for the 10th race. Be a Freight Train returns $9.06 to win, $2.84 to place, $2.60 to show. Number 4, Mysterious Cartel, $2.20 and $2.26 on the place and show. Number 10, RTM Ginsburg, $6 on the show ticket. The Exacta, $8.82. Rolling double, $13.68. 50-cent trifecta, $34.84. 10-cent super, $22.06. Winning pick 3, $16.87. Time to head to the winner's circle. Here's Joe Withy.
A great career for Be a Freight Train. Jose Guerrero, you can stay right here. We'll get a word from Jose. Alberto Avila, the owner. Mario Portillo, the trainer. Thanks to Armando Rivera for being here again this year. Jessica Castro as well for the PDJF. And hey, Be a Freight Train has been an outstanding horse. Not his best race last time he was here, but for you, Mario, everything went right today, it looked like.
Yeah, today seemed like we have the perfect trip. Everything went good, like normal, so that was a great race.
It was. You won by clearly, which doesn't happen all that often, but was the 440 yards any concern at all?
You always think about how if they can hold a distance, you know, and he's not a big horse, but seemed like he doesn't have any problem doing that today.
That's right. He was a veteran and won clearly. And our winning owner, Alberto Avila, what a bunch of joy you've had for owning this horse over the years. Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, that's for sure. He's a hell of a horse. I mean, we knew we had a shot. We just had to put him in there, and he did it, so I couldn't ask for more. I mean, we're super happy.
Yeah, he was in it all the way from the start, and he did win our 2-year-old John Deere race 4 years ago, so he is still going great. And Jose Guerrero, by the way, the first win in this race for trainer, owner, and jockey. Jose, a good start today. That is a big part of quarter horse racing.
Well, thank you. Muchas gracias. Thank you.
And what about the race itself? Just no problems from the outside? No problemo.
No entiendo. el caballo quebró muy rápido y pues se vino y se vino y traté de puchar lo más que pude y pues el caballo está fuerte y muy buen caballo. Ya van 7, 8 carreras que ando con él y me gusta montarlo y también los dueños les gusta que yo lo monte.
And now time to smile after a victory in the AQHA Emerald Downs Championship Challenge. Thank you, Armando. Congratulations to the winning team of Be a Freight Train, our 2026 winner.
Coming up, the 11th and final today, it is the John Deere Emerald Downs Juvenile Challenge at 350 yards, $30,000 added for the eligible 2-year-olds. Number 1, Mysterious Hero, will carry 1 pound over. Number 2, Winterhawk Cartel, 2 pounds over. Number 4, Isa Diva, 2 over. Number 5, One Fabulous Cartel, 2 over. Number 9, JBC Jet 1 to carry 3 pounds over. Number 10, Survivor T will carry 5 over. Post time for the 11th and final coming up at 6:44, 8 minutes until post time.
Paddock time for the John Deere Emerald Downs Juvenile Challenge. And through qualifying fees, this purse has been boosted upward from its $30,000 starting point. The value of the race, about $70,000. 10 two-year-olds to go 350 yards, just a little shorter than the 4-year-olds and up did in race 10. And let's take a look at the field for this year's John Deere Emerald Downs Juvenile Challenge. Mysterious Hero, one of the contenders from the rail for Jose Gomez, with Cesar Moreno aboard, and beaten by Tomatito here at Emerald Downs, but not beaten by much in that series of qualifying races.
Yeah, and of those 3 races, that heat was by far the quickest. It was 4/5 quicker than the other 2 heats. So running second to Tomatito was a big effort. Unlucky to draw the 1 hole again, but this horse is super game last time. A repeat effort will put him right there.
Yeah, coming off a very good effort. Winterhawk Cartel, that's Winterhawk Cartel. Hector Magallanes has been in this race and the AQHA race several times. Welcome back to Jake Samuels, who has ridden Winterhawk Cartel, and he was one of the qualifying winners.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, the mare Royal Snowflight we saw run at Emerald Downs. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I think we did see that horse here. And this horse comes off a win in that other qualifying race. It's a little slower, but, you know, seems to be on the improve. Ran a close third to Tomatito 1 race back, so a little more improvement puts him right there.
Yeah, Royal Snowflight, definitely a thoroughbred mare by Mr. Easy Money. And yeah, connections to thoroughbred racing here. 25-1 winner on July 26th in one of our 3 qualifying races. I'm a Flying Fool, trained by Freddie Ibarra with Eric Arriaga aboard, an Oregon bred who comes out of one of the qualifying races won by Tomatito.
Yeah, and in that race, I had him stumbling at the start. It wasn't a terrible stumble, but obviously doesn't help you. Also moves off the rail to the 3-hole, a little better post. Have to improve to beat the favorites, but that could happen.
Okay, yeah, he is 15-1 morning line. Isa Diva, one of 2 fillies in the field. She's trained by Jose Gomez. Mark Jasso aboard, an Oregon-bred juvenile filly, and just a little bit unlucky. She is a maiden with some narrow losses.
Yeah, last race she only was beaten a half a length, but I had her breaking 2 lengths slowly, so obviously a clean start puts her right in the mix.
Okay, that's a good angle right there. Let's turn our head and look at the board for her. 23-1 right now on Isa Diva, a slow start and beaten a half length here at Emerald Downs. One Fabulous Cartel, trained by Diego Guerrero, Jose Guerrero aboard, the 3rd winner of our 3 qualifying races 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, 1842, just 300ths, a little slower than Winterhawk Cartel's win there, but a dominating score, which means they might have more left in the tank. Have to do that to beat the favorite. We'll see.
Yeah, came up from Los Alamitos after his career debut and has won both races here in the Northwest. Number 6, All Gussied Up, an Oregon-bred filly, the other filly in the field. Freddie Ibarra in charge, Blake Nunnally aboard, and just narrowly beaten among those 9 runners behind Winterhawk Cartel.
Yeah, I had some trouble in Prineville when he lost to Tomatito, and then last race ran a game second, you know, right in the race all the way throughout. Again, you're going to have to improve, but they will do that when they're only their 4th or 5th start.
Her name, All Gussied Up, number 6. 2 fillies, numbers 4 and 6. BSS Ghost Pepper, trained by Emilio Guerrero with Epiano Garcia aboard, and just 2 career races so far. Right there in that photo that Winterhawk Cartel won 3 weeks ago here.
And this horse didn't get a great trip. I had him veering in sharply, bumped at the start, then I had in tight quarters mid-stretch, only beaten a half length. Obviously a clean trip. He's only had 2 starts. Has every right to improve.
Exactly, just 2 races for the 7 so far. Tomatito is a good one. He did win his qualifying heat as expected. He was a strong odds-on favorite.
Yeah, he hasn't been beaten to the lead. He's only once he got beat right out of the gate and lost by a nose. Other than that, he's been undefeated in 3 starts. Clearly the horse to beat again.
Yeah, he's won 3 races at 3 different tracks, including Emerald Downs 3 weeks ago, trained by Lorenzo Campos, Jose Garcia Segura aboard. JBC Jet 1, trained by Jose Baca Ramiro Jimenez, aboard number 9. And he was in the qualifying race won by Winter Hawk Cartel. That was a blanket finish.
Yeah, and that horse veered out at the start and lost a couple lengths and still only got beaten 3/4 of a length. Clearly, if he breaks cleanly straight, has a bigger chance.
Okay, some good info from John Lindley here on some possible improvers. Survivor T's on the outside. Mario Portillo just won the AQHA. David Martin is aboard the 10.
Yeah, stumbled at the start a little bit, close third to Tomatino. Definitely that outside draw looks positive after that last race.
Looks like this could be a good finish, a multiple horse finish. We'll see. 10 runners head to the track for the John Deere Emerald Downs Juvenile Challenge.
And the horses are on the track for the 11th and final. It's the John Deere Emerald Downs Juvenile Challenge at 350 yards. $30,000 added for the eligible 2-year-olds, and here they are. Number 1 is Mysterious Hero. Racing for Luis Gonzalez, trained by Jose Gomez, Cesar Moreno the pilot. Number 2 is Winterhawk Cartel. From Warlock Stables and Stephen Sheldon, trained by Hector Magianis, the jockey Jake Samuels. Number 3, I'm a Flying Fool, owned by Matthew Hughes, trained by Freddie Ibarra, in the irons, Eric Arriaga. Number 4, Iza Diva, racing for Edwin Rosales, trained by Jose Gomez, Marcaso the rider. Number 5, One Fabulous Cartel, owned and trained by Diego Guerrero, the jockey Jose Guerrero. Number 6, All Gussied Up, owned by the Hayden Brothers Ranch and Freddie Ibarra, trained by Freddie Ibarra, in the saddle Blake Nunley. Number 7, BSS Ghost Pepper, owned and trained by Emilio Guerrero, the jockey Epifanio Garcia. Number 8 is Tomatino, owned by Leobardo Bernal, trained by Lorenzo Campos. On board is Jose Garcia Segura. Number 9 is JBC Jet 1, owned by Jose Baca, and the trainer. The rider is Ramiro Jimenez. Rounding out the field is number 10, Survivor T, racing for Hernan Torres. The trainer is Mario Portillo, and the rider David Martin. That's the field taking part in the John Deere Emerald Downs Juvenile Challenge. They'll dash off the mark in less than 5 minutes.
Our selections coming up for race 11, the John Deere Emerald Downs Juvenile Challenge, 350 yards, 10 2-year-olds, fillies numbers 4 and 6, Tomatito, Winter Cartel, and the third winner of is One Fabulous Cartel. Thanks, John. Are the 3 qualifiers here at Emerald Downs. But 10 overall in the field, many with a chance to do better for this rich race. Let's go up to Tom Harris.
Well, Joe, as you mentioned just a little while ago, this race worth just north of $70,000. It's a $30,000 added, but with all the pay-ins and everything, it builds up quickly. So just over $70,000, the value on this race, 350 yards for the 2-year-olds. This should be an exciting dash. I'll go to Tomatito here, number 8, who to me looks like the one to beat. Top qualifier with a 17.94. If he can just keep the path straight and do the job, I think he's going to be tough here. Then on the inside, Mysterious Hero, second selection, was runner-up to Tomatito in that last get-together. And Winterhawk Cartel, number 2, to round out my top 3. Very impressive trial winner Jake Samuels does the guiding. I go 8-1-2 here in the nightcap.
8-1-2, Tomatito, the fastest of the 3 qualifiers here at Emerald Downs 3 weeks ago, the morning line favorite and the current favorite on the board. John Lindley.
Yeah, you look at Tomatito's running line, and under that nose loss, he's done nothing wrong, and he just looks like the horse to beat. Clearly, he comes off the fastest time. He draws well, and in fact, the horses he beat might be the second and third favorites here for good reason. That was a super fast heat of the 3.
Okay, Tomatito, 3 votes for him, myself included. He won at Grants Pass, Prineville, and then won his heat at Emerald Downs. Again, it was the fastest of the 3. He's off to a great start in his career. All 3 of us on number 8, Tomatito, in today's 11th race.
And the horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time for the 11th. The John Deere Emerald Downs Juvenile Challenge at 350 yards. Mysterious Hero settled away in Winterhawk Cartel as well. All gussied up. Waits patiently in the gate. I'm a Flying Fool, 2 off the rail, comes forward now. Up to the mark comes BSS Ghost Pepper. Isa Diva to join them. Tomatito, 2 from the outside. One Fabulous Cartel strolls to the mark. JBC Jet 1. Survivor T outside post. Survivor T right at the gate door. Looks like Tomatito charged through. BSS Ghost Pepper as well. Now BSS Ghost Pepper to the line. All in the gate. Runners away in the Juvenile Challenge. Good start for Mysterious Hero from the inside. Tomatito got off to a great start. BSS Ghost Pepper as well. They charge to the finish. Here comes Tomatito, but Mysterious Hero gets the job done at the inside. Mysterious Hero to win it from Tomatito. Close on the show. Mysterious Hero. First three finishers appear on the totalizator board. First it was number 1, Mysterious Hero. Second was number 8, Tomatito. Finishing third was number 10, Survivor T. Photo showing number 7, BSS Ghost Pepper, finishing fourth. Running time of the race, 17 and 99 100ths. Results official. Into the Michelob Ultra Winner's Circle, it's Mysterious Hero. He's owned by Luis Gonzalez. The winning trainer is Jose Gomez. And the winning rider, Cesar Moreno. Mysterious Hero, 2-year-old bay gelding by Tarzanito. From Mysterious Night, she was sired by Valiant Hero. Bred in Texas by J.R. Robichaud and Spanish Moss. Here's a look at the prices for the 11th and final winner. Number 1, Mysterious Hero takes the John Deere Emerald Downs Juvenile Challenge. $642 to win, $302 to place, $262 across the board. Number 8, Tomatito was the runner-up, $276 on the place and show. Third, number 10, Survivor T, $596 to show. Winning exacta $7.35. The late double paid $15.31. 50-cent trifecta, $23.93. 10-cent super, $32.08. The winning pentafecta, 1, 8, 10, 7, and 5, worth $581.28. Late pick 3 returns $38.37. The late pick 4, $60.49. The pick 5 today, $704.29. 10-cent jackpot pick 6 worth $402.80. No unique winning combinations in the jackpot pick 6. That carryover for tomorrow stands at $658.99. Let's go trackside. Here's Joe Withy.
And thank you, Tom. A very happy group down here in the winner's circle after the John Deere Emerald Downs Juvenile Challenge. Over $70,000 gross purse, and it goes to Mysterious Hero. And up on the rail under Cesar Marino for owner Luis Gonzalez and trainer Jose Rosales Gomez. A team effort and a really fine 2-year-old. Thanks so much for Shorty Martin to be here and represent the thoroughbred and quarter horse community in Washington. Shorty, great to see you. You've already given the trophy away to Luis Gonzalez.
I did, and well earned. I've known Jose for quite a while. He's a great trainer. Always, wonderful to have him here and all the quarter horses. I'd like to thank Emerald Downs for continuing to put on these races. They're just amazing races.
Good to have you part of it again, Shorty. Jessica Castro and Armando Rivera here. They've seen a lot of great quarter horses in their time. Let's get a word from our winners. Jose Rosales Gomez. Jose, boy, your horse had the one post, probably not one you would pick, but he's a talented 2-year-old.
Yeah, very talented 2-year-old. The one hole here is pretty tough, but he fought. He has a lot of heart.
And Cesar Moreno aboard. Congratulations, Jose. Cesar, Tomatito beat you a half length in the previous race. Did you think you could beat that horse?
Absolutely. I mean, this horse, very great horse. We had just ran him 6 days before that, so I knew he had a good shot today.
You were right, and you got him out of the gate, and it was on to victory. A great win. A clear win, and your owner here, Luis Gonzalez. Luis smiling too, holding the trophy. Pretty nice purse to run for. You've got a really fine 2-year-old. What did you think after that race, the gates opened and the race began?
Well, I'm thinking like everybody's thinking when I win, but after you pass the finish line, you kind of feel like you win. So it's a pretty good race.
It was. Halfway through, your horse was on the lead, and he ended up winning it over Tomatito, the favorite. A great start to his career. Mysterious Hero. One more word from Jose Gomez.
I'd like to thank our team, the whole Rosales Racing, and then the owner of this horse, Abelardo, and his family, and Cesar. This win meant a lot to us. Great team effort from everybody, from the barn to here. Long drive for the owners, and I'd like to thank everybody that's part of this team.
Well said, and enjoy the victory. Mysterious Hero in the John Deere Emerald Downs Juvenile Challenge.
Here's one more look at Mysterious Hero taking the Juvenile Challenge today. Fans, don't forget to join us tomorrow. It's Championship Sunday, presented by First Bet. The day will feature 6 stakes races, including the 91st running of the $125,000 Long Acres Mile. Post time's 1:50. The gates open at 11:30 tomorrow morning. Come early for the Railbird Rally in the park from noon to 1. That'll do it for today here at Emerald Downs. Thanks for joining us, and be sure to join us tomorrow for Championship Sunday. From all of us here, I'm your track announcer, Tom Harris, wishing you all a pleasant good night.